Michigan City, Detroit is now in session. The Honorable Aliyah Sabree presiding. Please remain quiet while court is this session. Good morning, Judge.
Good morning. This is case 2459617, the people of the state of Michigan versus Jarvis Butts. Charged with count 1, homicide, murder, first degree premeditated. Count 2, child sexually abusive activity. Count 3, criminal sexual conduct, second degree, person under 13, defendant 17 years of age or older, with an habitual offender fourth offense, so this is set for a continuance of a preliminary examination. Appearances.
Good morning, Your Honor. Tina Rickley on behalf of the people, P83688.
And good morning, Your Honor. Matthew Makepeace on behalf of the people, P82796.
Good morning, Your Honor. Good morning to your staff, Neighborhood Defender Services, by Ken Riggins, P82125 on behalf of Jarvis Butts.
Good morning, Your Honor. Neighborhood Defender Service by Cheryl Quick, P83973, also on behalf of Jarvis Butts with co-counsel Lauren Bell, P88126.
And Mr. Butts, state your name. You can have a seat. Any preliminary matters before we begin with the rest of Sergeant Jones' testimony?
No, Judge.
Thank you. Witness. Yeah, it's for you. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Judge. And may I share my screen?
Yes.
We left off with clip 18 from People's Exhibit 29.
Then here you asked her, this is now we're in July, can I get my dig sucked today? Right. Okay, so still nothing has happened. And then some pictures, we liked it. How many pictures do you think she sent you over this period? You didn't share them to nobody. I don't gotta try to figure out how to get them off the internet, anything like that. You deleted them pretty quickly and save them in none of your quick. These fake invisible folders that are really, as you can see, not invisible.
Yes.
Right. All right, so then still this is July and it's talking about she wants to flock, are you busy? So we're still entertaining here at this point. All right, so here, I just want to, maybe this day will make you remember what was going on because she said, I want to flock to you. Are you busy? Text me. Where are you at? I'm trying. And she's going, all this. And then you said, why? Go upstairs in the bathroom. So you obviously were at the house. All right, and you said, why? And she said, just go. And then you said, we doing something or what? Oh, she said that. We doing something or what? And you said, yep. And she says, I want to lay with you. And you said, I'm going upstairs. Says, okay, Shannon's going to be up there too. I just want to chill with you. You said, is she? Yes. You know she wants some dick, so she going to follow you upstairs.
Shannon?
Yeah, okay. So this is that day. And then you said, not getting any. This is your dick. So apparently you weren't going to let Shannon get any. So that's entertaining. Okay. I know what's mine. Give her some dick so ass can shut up. So basically he's telling you, give her some so she can shut up and leave you alone. she only acted like that because she's horny. And then you said, I want to see you while you're in the shower. And then I'm assuming that that was what this was.
I'm not sure.
Well, since she sent a picture. Okay.
How long after that?
This is the same, this is still on that same day.
Was that right, like, right after?
Yeah, that's right after. Come back downstairs, so you're still over there. And then she's pushing it, right? Like, damn, hurry up, I want you back. Come downstairs so I can sit on it and feel it real quick. I promise it's not gonna be long, just a few up and downs, please. Daddy, don't tell me you scared. So when I talk about all these things she was initiating, so you remember this day you were over there? And she's asking you to hurry up and go have sex with Shannon so then she can have sex with you? Still didn't do nothing? Okay, you were still holding strong. Okay, so when you're in the house. Then it's in the shower. Also, here's the pictures. Daddy, now you've turned into Daddy. So it went from bestie. Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, we're still in July here. I'm in the shower. Hope you know that we're fucking today. Is what you sent her. Hope you know that we fucking today. Okay, I'm fine with it. We're still entertaining here. All right. So still nothing has happened. No kissing, nothing, no touching, rubbing, nothing. Over here, she's kind of talking about don't park in front of the house. You better hurry up. She's trying to get you to sneak into the house. Was that ever something that you guys played, joked about, that you were going to sneak in over there or something? Well, I mean, like sneak in her room. You can't? It's not set up that way? What about when you're at the shop? Did she ever try coming up and touching you or anything like that during all of this? There's always somebody there. Is there a room in the shop? No, I'm saying, is there like a private room? Like if you were tired and wanted to sleep there, there's a cot?
There's not a cot. There's a room in there. My boss used to use it when he had meetings. So we barely had access to that. Once the door's locked, the door's locked. We don't have keys in the door.
All right. Okay, we're still in July. She's still talking about sex. My booty, boo, I'm happy. I don't think she's going anywhere. And you said that's messed up because I was gonna fuck the shit out of you. Okay, so this is still all talk. I mean, you're saying for this whole time, I'm just.
She never did ever get like one-on-one with you and say, let's do it, or?
Nothing that's ever transferred.
And I know you said it has a transfer, but she said like, enough cause, let's do it. Like, anything, did she ever like try to make something, even though you said it didn't happen? Did you ever have to physically say stop? Okay, that's it. Okay, all right, that's what I meant.
So here.
Playing clip 19.
Did you ever get a room with her? Never? That same night that she went missing, you didn't get a room?
So you went home that thing.
You went straight home that night? When you get a room, what do you have to show? So if you went somewhere, they would have your ID and stuff on file? Even on a short stay, or? I don't know, I never had a short stay. Do they make you give ID no matter what?
And playing clip 20.
Now we are in September, okay? She says, my period hasn't come at all. Hello, are you there? And then you asked, what do you mean? She said, it have not came. Since when? Since I was in the hospital. That was last month. I'm scared, I don't know what to do, I have to go to the doctors. You said that you sent this. You said that you took a pregnancy test and it was negative.
That's what I was she was telling me, that's what she was telling me, that she wanted to get pregnant, playing games like that. I said, I haven't had sex with her.
Do you remember that conversation then? That was around the time, did she say who? Oh, just that she confided in you though, that
So you said she was playing a prank on you.
That's what she told me. I just said this and that, so if we got two, I said,
the doctor. Sure.
and between that time and that time, that's a long time. I was like, I'll change the
Between that time and she was missing?
whatever time, it's a fair, it's pregnant, that's very soon.
All right, you said that you took a pregnancy test and it was negative. I did. So go get another one, is what you told her. She said, I can't have no money. She said, you go get one. She said, you ain't scared to get a plan B, get a pregnancy test and bring it later today, just act like, so this goes back, this plan B pill goes back to the pill message that you were referring to, that you said you were talking to Shannon. You never purchased a plan B pill? Okay.
Do you remember that talk though? I mean, I'm saying, like, is this the point where we're switching over to Shannon, or is that pretty much her?
That's, I don't even know if that's not even the same.
Yeah, this is
This is.
Yes, okay,
So,
perfect.
in the other one, he couldn't remember if it was
Oh, all right,
Shannon or
I'm sorry.
not.
You're right,
And he was
you're right.
talking about he can't nut anymore
Yeah, that's right.
because she had just had an abortion.
Right.
So, but that was talking about the pill back then too.
Yeah.
So, we are getting close, but she does ask if you will cuddle. Did you ever just cuddle with her on the couch? Not sexually, not whatever, like, did she ever, when you came over, she'd sit next to you like,
You want water or something?
I have, I brought it over, I can't remember.
Okay. All right.
So now she's talking to you about, now she's upset. You see all this? And then you sent one, like you, I get you don't like conflict, you don't like breaking off with these women, and these women are going crazy. Just to let you know what's wrong, I know you're cheating. I just want to talk, I really don't want to lose you. Can we talk later? So what would she feel that, how is it that she would feel like you are cheating on her? Like, did you ever tell her on these phone calls, like, I'm gonna wait for you, and it's just gonna be us, and when you get older? No, I know. I'm saying there's some phone calls, like, in your back and forth. So, because that's just, I'm trying to figure out, like, why would she be like you're cheating on me?
Does she know your lifestyle? I mean, if the ladies are talking about, like, you have a couple ladies. Okay, so she would know that you have a couple ladies, and therefore, I can't handle you cheating? Yeah, okay. So it specifically, she knows. But if she talked to any of the ladies in the house, they openly, they would know you have a couple. Okay, so. Yeah.
Alright, then there's some talking here where she's complaining about a gym class and that the baby is hurting her when she's, what was that message like?
I don't know what that message was.
You remember that message though?
That was one of the last messages I got from her. And I did talk about, and like I said, it was always on the receiver. But those months, she started those months, be able to know.
Right, she was still there, right.
I'm not always around. Some people who was always around would definitely know if the clothes were there.
Sure.
Well, at that point, she's so small already that if there's 4 or 5 months, you really haven't had to change clothes yet, and it's getting ready to.
I have 13 children.
Well, the first one is different than the other ones.
I have 13 children, right? And everyone, like her auntie, all of those children are mine. All of them. From the first to the last, okay? The 4 or 5 months, there's always a home.
Right.
And click 21.
King saying like that she went out there, she came back, right? Like King wasn't the only one though that said that. Okay, there was a young lady that you're related to, that said, yeah, she was at the shop that night, completely independent. Your sister?
Your sister was at the shop.
Your sister was at the shop and she says, yeah, like, you don't have a dog, you have a friend.
Like, nothing, like, my sister,
Yeah.
impossible, because my sister, like I said, my sister, she comes to the shop. Understand? I mean,
Sure.
my sister works not too far,
Yeah.
you understand? And anytime my sister comes, it's during the daytime, it's never in the afternoon, or like on the weekend, if she's done on the weekend, she would come. I always service her currents, this is last for a Lyft or Uber.
Okay.
You understand what I'm saying to you, so.
So she was mistaken or anything?
She had to.
Okay, let me,
I'm not.
Now, Sergeant, I asked you yesterday about the subscriber information as it relates to People's Exhibit 16, which is for that 231-743-3137 text now number. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. And I'd asked you about the phone ownership dates. What was the actual registration date as it relates to that phone number for Isaiah Harris? Did you need to look at the agenda?
If I could look at the report to refresh.
In a matter, so, yes, thank you.
The registration date for the 231 number is March 4th, 2023.
Okay, and that's as it relates to Isaiah Harris getting that number.
Yes.
Thank you. Now, I want to just backtrack a little bit before getting back to the messages. You had stated yesterday that when you searched Mr. Buck's home, you had found some guns.
Yes.
Did you, in any other searches, did you find any other kind of weapons?
Yes.
And what were the, well, first, where were they found and what were they?
When we had searched Neff, there was a firearm inside the vehicle
the same vehicle that had Mr. Buck's phone. That firearm was later determined to be registered to Kashian. When we searched Mr. Buck's car, there were several like kitchen knives in there throughout the car, various sizes. There was the weapons that were inside his home. And I believe that was as far as any weapons, there might have been some other type of blunt instrument or something, but nothing significant that I have.
And Mr. Buck's vehicle that Escalade was processed,
Yes,
and those items were sent to the lab,
yes,
and it's along with Miss Latricia Johnson's Nissan.
yes.
Now, I want to talk in your training and experience, having been with police for 24 years. Have you seen types of wounds made through clothing?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, you saw the black hoodie that was recovered had some holes in the head, in the hood area.
Yes,
Okay. Now, are you familiar with what, like either a piece, some sort of like sharp object or a gun or something of the sort? Are you familiar with what that would look like through clothing?
And yeah, at this point, I'm going to object. I think the actual cause for her to speculate on what caused these wounds.
I'm not asking her to say what caused the
I'm sorry,
holes.
called the holes. My
In this
apologies.
specific
Yeah,
case, but in her experience.
yes.
Okay, you may be objecting after a few questions, but for this one, we will.
so throughout the hundreds of scenes that I've been to, various scenes, whether they may be fatal stabbing, maybe a blunt force trauma, I've responded and processed many gunshot scenes. When there's clothing where a weapon was used, you do see that type of tearing. It could be from a bullet hole, it could be from a knife, it could also be from a struggle or pulling.
And just to be clear, you don't know how those holes got in the hood of that black hoodie.
Correct.
But those holes could be, in your experience, consistent with things that you have observed in your training and experience as it relates to struggles, stabs, bullets, things of that sort.
Correct.
Now, on Mr. Buck's phone, after that January 9th text, to Nizaya saying, okay, was there any other texts to Nizaya's number after that date?
From Mr. Buck's phone?
Yes,
No.
there was no attempts to reach Nizaya's number on Mr. Buck's phone.
There was no contact between Mr. Buck's phone and the text line number after that.
And in your role in this case, did you go through Nizaya's kind of social media records and things like that?
Yes.
Okay, and since January 9th, 2024, have you been able to find anything as it relates, anything from Nizaya Harris on social media?
No.
Now, we got to hear some of these text messages in the interview. But going through them. That's it. We're gonna start now. Starting with people's exhibit 15. The messages from 313-379-5882. And you have a copy with you?
I don't have a copy of that.
Oh. can you read the messages that were sent from that number to Jarvis Butts number, or I guess the messages that were captured within People's Exhibit 50? Including the dates and approximate times.
So the first message is September 24th, 2022 at 22:15 hours UTC. She sends, Bald head Janaya, come here.
And that's to a number that's not Mr. Butts.
Correct. And the next message is on September 27th, 2022. All of these dates are from 2022. So September 27th, at 1:37 a.m. UTC. It is sent to Mr. Butt's phone. We fitnessing happy birthday. Immediately after that, at the 17-second mark, again to Mr. Butt's phone, it says, come on. On that date, September 27th at 1:52 a.m., another message is sent to Butt's phone asking, you okay? September 27, 2022, 1:54 a.m. She has sent a message, where are we doing it at your choice? Immediately following that text, a message is received to Nizaya, to this text now number from Mr. Butt's phone that says, you tell me. 9:27, 1:55 a.m. A message is replied to Jarvis, says basement. 1:56 a.m. A message is sent to Nizaya from Mr. Butt's phone that says, you sure? At 1:56 a.m., a message is sent to Nizaya, from Nizaya to Mr. Butts, saying, or job. At 1:57 a.m., a message is sent to Nizaya from Mr. Butt's phone, saying, can you suck my dick, please? The message immediately following that from Mr. Butt's phone to Nizaya, and make sure you erase the messages. Still September 27th, 1:59 UTC. A message is sent to Mr. Butts that says, okay, that is what I planned to do. Another message is immediately following that at 2:01 to Mr. Butts. You turn me on just looking at you, and then there's a bunch of letters with possibly it's maybe an image that was sent that doesn't capture any messages. 2:02 a.m. Nizaya sends another message to Jarvis. What time to be in the basement? 2:03 a.m. He replies and sends her a message that says, go change your clothes and take your panties off. Nizaya replies to Mr. Butts and says the letter K. At 2:10 a.m. So 7 minutes later, a message is sent from Nizaya to Jarvis's phone. I hear you, what are you looking at? Jarvis replies back immediately to her saying the letter U. At 2:13 a.m. UTC, still on September 27th, Nizaya sends Jarvis a message that says, I know, I'm finna sleep good. There's another message directly after that that had a bunch of symbols, so I'm not sure if it was a one of those little emojis. 2:14 a.m. She sends to him, what about you? The next message she sends to him immediately after, sometimes I've been wanting to live with you. 2:16 a.m., she says to him, you know what I mean? 2:18 a.m., she sends, what time I'm ready? 2:23 a.m., she sends to Mr. Butts' phone number. We not doing it or what? 2:23 a.m., Isaiah sends to Mr. Butts, I really want you. This is still on the same day, September 27th, 2022. This is now 2:23 a.m. UTC time. Mr. Butts replies to Isaiah, yes. 2:24 a.m. Isaiah sends, pull your car down the street and come back, I'll be waiting. 2:25 a.m. Jarvis's phone replies back to her, come ride with me and 9 NIY. 2:25 a.m. she replies, did they say I can come? At 2:30 UTC, she sends him a message that says, I'm sorry, but love you. 2:30. UTC, he immediately replies back, come on. 2:31, Desire replies, I can't, I'm gonna get in trouble. The next message is at 2:35, she sends, when you come back, drop Nye off, pull your car down the street and I'll come in the base, I'll be waiting. Then immediately after that, she sends, basement, please. Jarvis replies, okay. At 2:40, Jarvis replies, you in the basement yet? Immediately after that, Desire replies back, yeah. Now we are, the next day being, it's now September 28th. 2:28 a.m. UTC, she sends Jarvis a message that says, are we doing it tonight? I'm ready, fresh out the shower. Next message is a reply from him to her. Well, this is September 30th now at 1:25 a.m. UTC. He replies, yo. September 30th, 2:59, she replies, you coming over? She then sends another message directly after that, don't have school. At 3:07, a reply is received to Naziah from Jarvis saying, yep. She then replies, okay, we'll be waiting. At 3:17 a.m., he sends another message, or I'm sorry, she sends a message to Jarvis that says, text me when you get here. At 3:21 a.m., this is still September 30th date. Jarvis replies and sends a message to her saying outside. Now we have skipped to September 30th, but it is now on here at 23:13 hours UTC. She sends a message to Jarvis saying, hey, you coming over? The next message is now October 1st, 2022, 1:51 UTC. She sends a message to Jarvis asking, you coming?
Are there any other messages to Jarvis after that? Mr. Buckstall. Okay, and now, do those indicate whether or not they were deleted?
Yes.
And which how many of those were deleted? Or how many of them were not deleted? That's a better question.
Looks like all of them were deleted except for the one where she was, very beginning, she had actually texted somebody else, which I believe might be Shannon's phone, trying to say, well, they can I come here. But all the messages between the 8719, which is Jarvis's number, are marked on here as deleted except. let's see. On September 30th, the hey boo, you coming over? And the you coming text, those ones were not deleted, it's still showing,
Okay, so those last two.
yes.
And now, going through, people who give it 16 messages, as it relates to the 231-743-3137. I'm sorry, before that, without telling us Zai's actual birthday, in September 24th, 2022, what age had Zai just turned?
In 22,
Yes.
she would have just turned 12.
Now, do you have a set of these, the messages from the 231 number?
Yes.
Okay. Now I want to go through those. And there are sections that are highlighted, and I want to follow along. What is the first message that is sent?
It is sent on March 4th, 2023 at 23:35 UTC. It's sent to Jarvis's 8719 number, and it says, it's me, Isaiah.
Okay, and just for clarification purposes, all the messages within this exhibit are sent to Jarvis's 8719 number.
Yes.
Okay. Now, I want to jump to March 16th of 2023. There's a highlighted message there. Can you read that one?
Yep, so just before that, the UTC time on here, just so I'm not having the math throughout, from March 10th to November 3rd, it would be -4 hours. So any date that falls within those days would be -4. Any dates outside of those ranges would be -5 hours.
You said that's
But I'm
March,
gonna read it off of here where the time is stamped and date,
okay, you said that's March 10th through November,
3rd,
okay, that's -4 UTC,
-4, yes.
okay. So continue with that,
Yeah, so March 16th, 2023 at 0006 hours. She receives a message from Jarvis that says, stop messing with people and just be mine.
and was that deleted?
No,
Now, moving on to, moving on to May 3rd, 2023. There's a set of highlighted messages. Can you read those?
yeah, so these messages are May 3rd, 2023, starting at 15:06. Jarvis sends a message that says, I'm coming to get you. Immediately after, Messiah replies, what you mean? Jarvis then replies to her, you heard me. Immediately after that, Messiah replies to Jarvis, you can't do that. Then sends another message immediately after, which is now still 15:07 hours, that says, I'm finna go to lunch, love you.
And were any of those messages deleted?
No.
Now, moving to May 30th of 2023.
May 30th, 2023 at 13:01 hours. She sends a message to Jarvis that says, I miss you. It's 13:02 hours. He replies back. The letters IMU and then the number 2.
And were either of those deleted?
No,
And what about, starting with May 31st of 2023?
May 31st, 2023, this is at 13:37 hours. He sends her a message that says, I can't stop thinking about you either. The next message then goes and starts is now June 5th, 2023 at 11:59 PM, well, 11:59 UTC. She sends a message to Jarvis. Hey, you may think I'm ignoring you, but I'm not, my phone broke. At 12 o'clock, another message is sent, so I will text you off this number. At 12:01, same date, she sends him a message. Are you mad at me? At 12:01, he replies back to her, yes. At 12:02, she replies back the letter Y. At 12:03, she sends, please don't be mad. At 12:04, she sends, can you tell me why you mad at me, yes or no? At 12:05, he replies to her saying, I haven't seen or talked to you.
Okay, now, well, first, were any of those deleted?
No,
Okay, now I want to actually go to one that I did not highlight. 12:08, on June 5th, 12:08, and 28 UTC through June 5th, 12:08, and 49 UTC. Can you read those?
those three.
Yes.
Okay, so June 5th, 2023, 12:08, 28 seconds. He sends her a message with the letters WYA. At 12:08, 35 seconds, she replies to school. 12:08, 49, he sends her a message that says, I'm at your house.
And now, now I want to go, actually, can you keep reading through June 5th at 12:09? 12:09 and 4 seconds.
So the next, so just one more message now.
Yeah, just keep reading it.
12:08, June 5th, he had sent to her, I'm at your house. At 12:09 and 4 seconds, she says, damn, we was just. Then immediately after that is another text that says, there. Then at 12:11, she sends him, you better not be in my room. At 12:12, she sends, I need another phone. At 12:13, she sends, I miss you. At 12:14, he sends her a message that says, I stole your panties.
And now, were any of those messages deleted?
No,
Now I want to go to June 16th. There's some highlighted messages there.
June 16, 2023, at 2:50 AM and 25 seconds, she sends to Jarvis, didn't I make you come faster than ever? On June 17, at 8:59 and 06 seconds, she sends to Jarvis, I'm sorry for making you mad, but do you ever think how I feel knowing that I can't have you to myself? But you have me to yourself, and no, I'm not seeing anybody else, I swear.
And were either of those deleted?
No,
Now I want you to go down on the page to June 23rd. And set that or highlight.
June 23rd, 2023 at 23:54 hours. She sends a message to Jarvis. The letter U, then you going to hit it from the back again with question marks. At the next day, which is now June 24th at 19:11 hours, he sends her a message that says, send me some pictures, please. At 19:20, she replies, don't you still got the other pics? At 19:47, he replies to that and says, no. At 20:19 hours, she sends to him, I will send some.
And now moving through to June 26th, there's a set highlighted there. Oh, wait, sorry, first, those ones that you had just read, were those deleted?
Yes.
Okay, now moving to June 26th.
June 26, 2023 at 16:31 hours, she sends a message to Jarvis that says, call me when you have time. At 16:33 hours, he replies back to her, I want some pussy. At 16:33 hours and 50 seconds, she replies back to him, you can have some. At 16:39 hours and 41 seconds, he replies to Messiah, when? At 16:49 hours and 28 seconds, she sends to Jarvis, whenever you come get me. At 21:16 hours, she sends to Jarvis, call me, want to tell you something, SUM. At 21:24 hours, she sends a message to Jarvis that says, you can get some today. At 21:24 hours, she sends another message that says, you can get some pussy today.
And were any from that set deleted?
Yes, all
All of them. Now moving to June 27th. There's stuff that's highlighted, if you read those.
yes. June 27th at 7:55 UTC. There is a incoming call to Messiah from Jarvis that is listed as a missed call. And the name on here that she has, this number saved is Bae for Life, BAE, the number 4, and then life. And at 7:56, he sends her a text that says, are you naked yet? At 7:58, she replies to him and says, no, I don't want to get naked. At 7:59, she replies, are you mad that I didn't get naked? At 8:01 hours, he sends to her, I used to you telling me no. At 8:06, still on June 27th, he sends her a message that says, I'm sorry, she sends him a message that says, come on, babe, I'm sorry, just not in the mood right now, I'm sorry.
And were those messages deleted?
Yes,
Okay, now, jumping to it's a little later in the day, on June 27th, there's a set highlight.
so on June 27th, now at 16:24 hours, he sends her a message that says, but I can't nut inside you, so it's different. At 16:25, she replies, why you can't? Didn't you do it before? At 16:25 and 40 seconds, he replies, but I had to buy a pill to do so. At 16:26, she replies to him, yeah, you right. At 16:26, 28 seconds, she sends, but what you doing, what is abbreviated WYD. At 16:28 and 45 seconds, she sends to him, are you busy? With a question mark. And those were deleted.
Now, jumping forward, to June 28th.
On June 28th, so this next set in here, they're all sent from, Messiah to Jarvis,
Yes.
and they start at 17:10 on June 28th, 2023. It starts off as, hey, I didn't go see nobody, I swear I came straight back. At 17:11, my friend lived right down the street, she didn't answer, so I came back and went to sleep. The next message, hey, please, I'm sorry. Immediately after that, she says, I didn't sneak out for nobody, I swear. 17:12, 58 seconds, she says, I know you having a rough day, but I swear I'm not lying. At 17:14, she says, babe, please, I swear I didn't go see no nigga. 17:14, she says, I don't talk to nobody but you. 17:15, she says, I was only out for 5 or 10 minutes, I came straight back. 17:15 and 56 seconds. You didn't respond to none of my messages, so I thought you were asleep, so I went to sleep. 17:17. Why won't you believe anything I tell you? I'm not like other girls. There's no need for me to lie to you. 17:18. You said I'm all yours, but you acting like it, you are overthinking it. I just want to be yours. 17:19. Please stop ignoring my calls. You don't want me to see nobody and I'm not. 17:20. Hey, I'm sorry I didn't tell you. 17:21. I promise you there is no one else. 17:24. If you don't believe me, I will send you my Instagram password.
Now, these next messages, from 17:24, 17:25, don't read what the username and passwords are, just
Yeah.
that they were sent.
So the next message is she's sending her Instagram username and password along with her Gmail email and giving the password to that as well.
And now, starting again with 17:26.
So on June 28th, still 17:26, the next message is still all being sent to Jarvis from Messiah are, I hope you believe me now. You really don't want to believe me, but I will tell you the truth every time. Immediately after that, I just want to make your day better, babe. I'm sorry. Feel free to log in at any time or go through my messages. Now at 17:42, she says, I only want to be with you. At 18:09, hey, I'm sorry for not telling. I swear I will next time, please. Still 18:09, babe, I love you. Please call me back. Now at 18:18, come on, babe, please. At 18:19, so what if I will be able to get out tonight and I'm calling you and texting you, are you still going to ignore me? At 18:21, he says, you are so busy, I feel like you don't want me. This is why I don't open up to you, because if I do, you get mad and don't want to talk, so how am I going to trust you? I do, but you don't trust me. It's up to if you want to be with me or not. At 18:45, she says, I didn't do anything wrong. I don't get why you're so upset. At 18:46, all I tried to do is make you happy, but clearly I'm not enough for you. Cut me off. I don't anymore. you, FRL, for real, never even fucked with me. All I want is you to love me. At 1847. I tried so hard, but you don't understand that I'm sorry if you feel like I'm cheating. But I'm not. I gave passwords and all that and all. What more do I have to prove I'm not cheating? Now this message is when Jarvis actually finally replies, which is at 1855. He sends to her, I'm working well.
And were those messages deleted?
Yes.
Now, moving on to June 29th.
June 29, 2023 at 21:44 hours. She sends to Jarvis, when you off work. At 21:49, she sends, pick me up before you pick up Janiyah. At 22:02, she sends, hope to see you soon. At 22:47, she sends, I'm never getting out of this hellhole. At 22:48, he replies with the letter Y. 22:48, she sends, she will never let me out, it's so boring over here. 22:50, she sends, well, I will, she has the word she on here. UTM. And then the very next text after that, it says, I will see you tomorrow. Then at 22:50, he replies to her, or tonight.
And were those messages deleted?
Yes.
Now, continuing on June 29th.
June 29th, 22:52 hours. Zaya sends, are you still picking up Janiyah? 22:53, he replies, when? 22:53, she sends to him, today. 22:53, he replies back, no. 22:53, 18 seconds, she sends the letter Y. 22:53, he sends back to her, it's just me and you. At 22:53, he sends another message that says, because I was never picking her up. At 22:53, she replies, okay, I really like that it's only me and you. 22:54, he sends back, you really didn't want her there, no way. 22:54, she replies, I know I didn't want her there. 22:55, he replies to her with the letter Y. 22:55, she sends back, because she do too much and you mine. 22:57, Jarvis replies to Isaiah saying, meaning. 22:58, he then sends, and Shan said that she said no. Then the next message from him is for today. At 23:06, Isaiah sends Jarvis, I know she said no for today. And then at 23:07, Isaiah sends, the meaning is you're mine and mine only, the dick and all you're mine and will stay mine. At 23:14, she sends, I want to know the meaning when you say I'm yours. The date on here is now June 30th at 00:16 hours. Jarvis replies to her and says, all of you. Immediately after that, your mind, body, and soul. At 00:17 hours, he sends to Isaiah, the pussy, ass, mouth, legs, arms, face, and then he has the word everything in all caps. At 01:19 hours, she replies, "Oh, really?" And then there's some type of emoji. Immediately after that, she says, "Want to see that tomorrow?" And it's the same little symbols on there. At 02:47 hours, he sends back to her, "Meaning?" It's now 06:03 hours, she sends to him, "When we fuck." Then at 06:24 hours, he sends a message to her, "What you doing?" But it's just the letters WYD.
And were those messages all deleted?
Yes.
Okay. Now moving later in the day to June 30th.
June 30th at 22:18 hours, Jarvis sends to Neziah, "I'm outside." Then the next message is at 23:36 hours, he sends to Neziah, "Go take them panties off." At 23:37 hours, Neziah sends, "Are we going to the room?" 23:37, Jarvis replies, "IDK, meaning I don't know." 23:38, she sends to him the letters PLS, or please. 23:38, he replies to her the letter Y. 23:39, she replies back and says, "Because we got more space." 23:39, he then sends a message to her that says, "To do." She then immediately replies, "To fuck, WYM, or what you mean." Then immediately after that, she sends to him, "We going or what?"
And moving forward to July 1st. Oh, first of all, were any of those messages just deleted?
All of these were deleted.
Okay. Now to July 1st.
July 1st, 2023 at 14:31, she sends a message to Jarvis that says GM for good morning. At 15:22, he replies GM Twitter. At 15:24, she sends back, "Whatever, I was tired." At 15:28, she sends, "Still my dick though." At 15:28, he sends to her, there's 3-letter B's, so BBB dot BE, and then a space N, and then the uppercase Q and a lowercase q, as we know. He then sends another message at 15:28 with the words "no." At 15:29, she sends, "Okay, fine. Yo, pussy, my dick." He then replies to her at 15:38, "Who said?" She sends back to him, "Me, it's your pussy."
And were those deleted?
Yes.
And I want to stay on that same page for a second. Sorry. The messages on July 1st, starting from 1907 to 2135.
July 1st, 1907, he sends a message to her that says, "I'm trying to fuck." At 19:52, she replies back, "Okay." At 19:52, she sends a message that says, "WSP, meaning what's up." Then at 21:34, she sends, "You still coming, or you was playing about trying to fuck?" At 21:35, he replies back to Messiah, I'm serious.
And were those deleted?
Yes.
And now moving on to July 2nd.
July 2nd, 2023, at 15:46 hours, Jarvis sends a message to Messiah that says, can I get my dick sucked today? At 15:47, she replies, sure, no problem. At 15:50, Jarvis replies, yeah, okay. At 15:53, Messiah replies, I'm serious, you can. At 16:33, Messiah sends, there's gonna be some type of photo that would have been sent at this time. At 17:08, there's a reply from Jarvis where it says liked an image. Then at 17:08, Jarvis says, I'm gonna sneak in, okay? At 17:08, this guy replies back, why? 17:08, he says, who is up? At 17:09, she replies, everybody. At 17:09, Jarvis sends some type of photo to Messiah. Immediately after that, she replies, well, damn, I want to lay with you. Then at 17:10, from Messiah, are you here already? At 17:12, Jan told the kids that you said you was on your way, so they know you coming. At 17:13, Messiah says, I want to see you. 17:21, Messiah says, so am I just giving you head or we fucking too? Because looking at that picture made me horny. At 17:22, Jarvis replies to her, you tell me. 17:22 and 29 seconds, she says, I want to fuck too. Immediately after that, she says, so can we? And then at 17:22, 49 seconds, Jarvis replies back to her, yep,
And were those messages deleted?
yes.
Okay. And now, later in the day, on June 2nd, or sorry, July 2nd, there's a set of messages.
Yes. July 2nd, 2023, starting at 18:41 hours, she sends to Jarvis, I want to fuck. At 18:41, do you? 19:04, are you busy, yes or no? 20:06, she sends, text me when you not on BS about fucking, because you playing. 20:15, she sends, all I'm trying to say, I just want your body on mine. At 20:44, she says, hey, where are you at? 21:52, she says, I'm trying to fuck. 23:58, she says, she didn't walk to the store. So now the date's changed to July 3rd and the hours are 00:42. She sends, before we go. At 00:42, 31 seconds, she sends, go upstairs in the bathroom. At 00:42, 48 seconds, Jarvis replies to her, why? At 00:42, 54 seconds, Messiah replies back, just go. At 01:11 hours, Messiah sends, we doing something or what? At 01:12, he replies to her, yep. At 01:23, she replies, I want to lay with you. At 01:30, he replies, I'm going upstairs. At 01:31, she sends, okay, Shan going up there too. At 01:31, she says, I just want to chill with you. 01:32, he sends back to her, is she? 01:32, and as I replies, yes, you know she wants some dick. So she going to follow you upstairs. Then at 01:43 hours, she sends him, another picture. 01:43, he replies, not getting any. And immediately after that, the message says, from him to her, this is your day. At 01:44, Desire says, I know it's mine. Give her some dick, so ask and shut up. At 01:44, give her some so she can shut up and leave you alone. She only acting like that because she's horny. At 01:48, Jarvis replies, I want to see you. Immediately after that, his next message is, while you in the shower. And at 01:55, she sends him a photo. It's now 02:04 hours, he sends her a message that says, I don't want to give her no dick. At 02:10 hours, these next set of messages are all from Isaiah. It says, come back downstairs. Damn, you scared. At 02:44 hours, she says, hurry up. I want you back. At 02:50 hours, she says, come downstairs so I can sit on it real quick. At 02:52 hours, she says, I promise it's not going to be long, just a few, but it's FRW, up and downs, please. Immediately, right after that is 02:53, she sends the same message, but it's spelled correctly. It says, I promise it's not going to be long, just a few up and downs.
And were all those messages deleted?
Yes.
Now moving to July 4th.
July 4th, 2023, at 15:43 hours, Isaiah sends Jarvis a message that says, in the shower right now, I'll text you when I get out. Jarvis then replies, hope you know that we fucking today. At 15:43 hours, she replies back, okay, fine with me, I was just waiting yesterday. Or I was waiting yesterday. At 16:20, she sends him a picture. At 16:20, she sends, I'm out. At 16:56, a message is received to her, it's loved in image. 16:56, she sends a message, are you busy? It is now July 5th. 05:01 hours, she sends him a message that says, you was right, it hit different outside.
And were those messages deleted?
Yes.
And moving to July 6th.
July 6, 2023, at 03:05 hours, Isaiah sends to Jarvis, yes, I can tell when you come. 03:05 hours, why? Now at 03:20 hours, she sends him a message that says, so doesn't that mean I'm pregnant? At 03:21 hours, she sends him a message, I don't know, so I'm asking you. At 03:33, Jarvis replies to Messiah, no. 03:39, she replies back, okay. It now jumps to 13:10 hours, it's still on July 6th. She sends the letters GM. And at 1400 hours, she sends, I wanna fuck. At 14:25, he replies, how? At 14:26, she says, I don't know, you got work and I'm just worried. At 14:27, he replies and sends her a message that says, where is your Nana? At 14:45, she says, upstairs getting ready. At 14:54, Jarvis sends to her, she fitting to go. Then at 14:57, he sends the message, hello. At 15:03, Messiah replies, I don't know. Next message is, are you at work? At 15:07, Messiah sends, I will let you know. At 15:08, she sends, you might can slide if you're not so busy at work. At 15:08, Jarvis replies back to Messiah, yeah. At 15:08, he then sends, I'm trying to slide. At 15:13, Messiah sends to Jarvis the word question. Then at 15:13, he replies back, yes. At 15:14, she sends, do you like your girls skinny? At 15:14, he replies, why do you ask that? At 15:14, she replies, just asking, and then there's some type of emojis that needs to be sent.
And were those messages deleted?
Yeah.
Okay, and moving just a little later in the minutes on July 6th.
Yeah, July 6, 15:35, Messiah sends, I don't think she's going anywhere. At 15:37, Jarvis sends to Messiah, that's messed up because I was gonna fuck the shit out of you. At 15:37, she sends, I still want you to do it. At 15:40, she says, sends a message that says, so am I going to see you today on your break? At 15:59, Jarvis replies, how? At 16:01, Messiah sends, don't you supposed to be bringing me the money anyway, so I will see you? 16:03, she says, unless you are going to go to the store and get me some pads and other personal things. 16:03, there's some type of emojis that are sent. 16:24, she sends, I'm down to my last 3 pads. I would ask Nana, but I can't fit for big pads. I have a little pussy, they shit big. At 17:41, she sends a bunch of question marks with the letters WYA. 17:57, she says, what do I supposed to do? What do I supposed to use? 17:57, she sends another set of question marks. At 18:08, Jarvis replies with the word, huh. At 18:10, Messiah says, I don't have any more pads. 18:10, I need to get some more and you playing. At 18:12, she sends, babe, please. And all of those messages were deleted.
Okay, and moving to July 7th.
July 7th, 2023, at 14:34 hours, Messiah sends a message that says, so what you on today? The next message at 14:35, she sends, you trying to fuck or what? At 14:37, Jarvis replies back, yes. 14:38, Messiah sends, I'm sorry. 14:38 again, she sends, but I hope to see you today. At 14:39, she says, I didn't know if you were up last night, so I stopped calling and texting. And those messages were deleted.
Now moving to July 10th.
July 10th, 2023 at 16:41 hours. Desire sends to Jarvis, "You trying to get up in this today?" At 16:45, he replies, "All the time." At 18:54, she sends, "You eat lunch yet?" Then immediately after, she sends some question marks. Now at 19:54, Desire sends, "Your job's so empty." 19:55, she sends, "I was just there." At 19:59, Jarvis replies the letters I and K, or I know. At 19:59, he sends, "How you know?" At 20:14, Jarvis sends, "What's up?" 20:39, Desire replies, "I didn't want you to see me." 20:39 hours, so I left. At 20:40, Jarvis sends a message to Messiah saying, "Who was with you?" At 20:40, she replies, "Nobody." 20:40, again, 37 seconds, she says, "You working late today?" At 20:40 hours, 38 seconds, Jarvis sends to her, "So how did you get to my job?" At 20:40, 48 seconds, he then says, "No." 20:40 and 58 seconds, Desire replies, "I walked up there." At 20:41, Jarvis replies back to her, "So walk now." At 20:41, Desire replies, "I can't, Nana's back." At 20:42, she says, "Can you pull up today since you're not working late?" 20:42, she sends a couple question marks. And he replies at 20:42 and 29 seconds on the word "yup," and those messages were deleted.
And moving on to July 11th.
July 11, 2023 at 18:43 hours, Messiah sends to Jarvis, "I wanna fuck." At 1900 hours, he replies, "When?" At 2012 hours, she sends the three letters NVM, or never mind. At 20:38, she sends, "I took a shower." At 21:32, she sends, "I be trying so hard not to think about you, but the dick too good not to think about you, and I miss you rubbing on my thigh." The date is now July 12th, and this is at 00:35 hours. She sends, "We might go over Sham Creek." At 02:55 hours, she sends, "I'm fitting to hop in the shower. Call as soon as you get done doing whatever. I want you to tell me how you going to give me my dick or my B-day. Tell me nice and slow and sexy so I can play NVM, you know."
And were those,
Yes.
and later on July 12th.
July 12th at 14:38 hours, Isaiah sends, "Good morning." Then at 16:47 hours, she sends, "Did I have panties on?" At 16:47, Jarvis replies, "No." At 16:50, Isaiah sends him some question marks. Then at 1700, she has a missed call for Jarvis's number. It says missed call. She still has him saved in here as babe or light. At 19:18 hours, she sends, "How did you know?" At 23:09 hours, she sends, "You busy?" At 23:11 hours, there is an incoming missed call again from Jarvis's number, missed call from Babe for Life. Now July 13th, 01:44 hours, Isaiah has sent him a picture. Immediately after that, she sends a text that says shower pic, and then there's some emojis. At 01:49, she sends, damn, no response. At 01:49:21 seconds, she sends some type of emojis again, and all those messages were deleted.
And now moving to July 22nd.
Before we move on, Dr. Jones, you know what? Great.
I can go over that one.
Okay.
Unless the court needs a break.
No,
Okay.
just making sure that she.
July 22nd, 2023 at 14:56 hours, and Isaiah sends, "Bae, I wanna fuck." Then at 14:57, he replies, "Work." Immediately after that, he replies, "I do too." 14:57, Isaiah replies, "No, you don't." 14:57, Jarvis replies, "I do." Immediately after that, Jarvis sends WYA. Where you at? 14:57, Isaiah sends, "I'm at the crib." 14:57 hours and 57 seconds, Jarvis replies, "Come on." At 14:58, Isaiah replies, "Shan and Anna went to Family Dollar." The next message says, "I can't, I wish I could." At 14:58, Jarvis replies, "How long are they gonna be?" At 14:58, Isaiah sends to him, IDK, or I don't know. The next message is, "I'm so horny." Then at 14:59, she sends, "I want a hug from you." At 15:01, Jarvis sends her a message that says, "I'm on my way," with the exclamation point. "I just got off the phone with Shan, they are at the barber shop."
And for those
Those
messages,
messages will be-
and moving to July 24th.
July 24, 2023 at 03:24 hours, and Isaiah sends Jarvis a message that says, "Don't park in front." Immediately Jarvis replies, "Why?" And at 03:25, Jarvis sends, "You act like you're gonna come outside." At 03:25, Isaiah sends, "I can't, I have guests." 03:25, she sends, "And people do watch and look at the house all night." At 03:26, she sends, "Just park down the street, please, thank you." 03:26 hours, Jarvis replies to her, "Who?" Isaiah then replies back, "People on the block." At 03:26, Jarvis replies, "Who is the guest?" At 03:26, Isaiah says, "My girlfriend." Already girlfriend. 03:27, Isaiah sends, "I took his bitch." And at 03:27, Jarvis replies to her, "She is our bitch." At 03:27, Isaiah sends to Jarvis, "She 14, about to be 15. 03:28, she sends, "Are you close?" At 03:28, Jarvis replies, "Is she our bitch or no?" Zero 03:28, Isaiah replies, "Yes." Jarvis then replies to her and says, "You wait." 03:28, Isaiah says, "How? She is our bitch." 03:29, she says, "Hey, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to make you mad." 0330, Jarvis replies to her. She don't know about us, right? 0331, Jarvis then says, and is she trustworthy? 0331, I replies, yes, she don't know about us. 0356, she says, it's all. 0357, Jarvis replies, wrong light. At 0357, she says, the letter K.
Were those messages deleted?
Yes.
And later in the day on July 24th,
July 24th at 12:22, Messiah sends to Jarvis, fuck me then. At 12:22, he replies, huh? And at 12:23, he replies, I'm trying to. At 12:23, Messiah sends to him, you said fuck me. At 12:23, she sends, will do so. 12:23, Jarvis replies, when? 12:23, Messiah replies, trying to make time, going through my schedule, RN, for right now. 12:24, Messiah says, what time are you going to work? At 12:40, Jarvis replies, now. It now jumps to 21 hours, Messiah sends WYD for what you're doing. Then at 21:23, she sends, you free, with some question marks. Now jumps to July 25th. At 17:33 hours, Messiah sends, I want to fuck today. At 17:33 hours, Jarvis replies back, come on. Then immediately after, he replies, I'm by myself. At 17:33, she sends back to him, I can't RN for right now. At 17:34, Messiah sends, after work, can you call for me, please? And those messages were all deleted as well.
and now jumping to August 4th.
August 4th, 2023, at 22:07 hours, Messiah sends to Jarvis. Chan and Nana left. DON, and then there's some type of emoji. Know what time they coming back. At 22:08, Jarvis replies, okay, what you saying? Messiah then replies back, what you think I'm trying to say? But there's some emojis in there again. At 22:09, Jarvis replies back with some type of emoji. Messiah then replies back, IDK, is it? I don't know, is it? At 22:09, Messiah sends, what you thinking? At 22:10, Jarvis replies to Messiah, are we fucking? At 22:10, Messiah sends, shit, are we? SHI. At 22:12, Messiah sends a bunch of question marks. Now it's August 5th. Messiah sends, wow, you stood me up. August 5th at 00:47, she sends, I was waiting. Then at 00:47, she sends, I have next message after that is a correction that says, you a bum.
And were those deleted?
Yes.
And now jumping to August 26th.
Be a good time for 15 minutes. Come back. 12:10. Okay. Attorney Harris, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Have you talked to your client? Have you talked to your?
Drink and drink. And drink.
Attorney Harris, can you hear me? Attorney Harris, can you speak so I can understand whether or not we have to do something different? Your audio says that it's working. Maybe you should take your earpiece out. Maybe that'll help. We can't hear you, Attorney Harris.
Hear me now?
Hold on. You need me? Yes, we do at some point, like, what are we doing here? The complainant is here. So I'm just trying to figure out.
Oh, they just said they was waiting on, I don't know.
Yeah, they just said she just got.
Oh,
We're waiting.
okay,
Now she's here.
so you ready to go?
Yeah, are we gonna do it today?
Yeah, we're gonna, it's gonna happen today.
What time? Cause I don't wanna, if we're gonna do it like at 3,
No, we're not gonna, you could touch them.
I'm gonna leave and come back.
No, don't leave. Give me a couple minutes, okay?
Okay.
And I'll let you.
Yeah, of course.
Attorney Harris, hold 1 second, okay?
Pardon?
Like.
I didn't hear you.
I say give us 1 second, okay?
Okay. Is Mr. Austin there in the courtroom? I've been trying to call him and he's not answering.
You just talked to him, didn't you?
Yeah, but I need to talk to him again. I need to talk to him again.
Give us 1 second, Attorney Harris.
Okay.
No, do it again.
Attorney Harris, can you hear me? I can't hear you.
Yes, Your Honor, I can hear you.
Okay, your client is in the courtroom.
I understand that.
You had an opportunity to speak with him.
I have, Your Honor.
Okay, how are you moving forward?
I believe he has indicated to me that he does not want to waive, so I'll have to come over there to the court.
It was set for 11 o'clock.
I know, Judge, I was in this jury trial.
We talked
We
about
just
this
got
yesterday,
released.
and this was adjourned from last week because you didn't come last week.
Because I was in a jury trial, Your Honor.
Okay, but it keeps getting scheduled when you're unavailable, so. The victim has been here both times, and she's just sitting in the room waiting to testify. We're in the middle of another exam, so I don't, do you even have an ETA?
Yes, ma'am.
I got him a pro. He can do probable cause on Monday at 8:30.
We're trying to complain here, right? I need to go on the record now.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, baby, sit down for one second.
No problem.
I'm
About to go on the record.
Hold on, just hold on, Shelley, hold on, just wait.
Okay, this is case 2460698, the people of state of Michigan versus Stephon Omari Austin, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Charged with one count of assault intended to great bodily harm less than murder or by strangulation, and one count of domestic violence aggravated, set for exam today. Appearances?
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Shelley Drains with the people, P number 60249.
Good afternoon, Your Honor, Wyatt Harris, P54891, on behalf of Stephon Austin.
Mr. Austin, state your full name, please, for the record.
Stephon Omarion Austin.
Okay, Mr. Austin, I asked you briefly off the record, were you interested in having a new attorney?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, just for the record, this was adjourned last time because Attorney Harris was not able to come over to hold the exam. The complainant was present at that time, I believe it was January 3rd. The complainant is here today as well. And there's no indication as to when Attorney Harris can appear today to hold the exam. So I will grant your request and appoint you a new attorney so that you can have a conversation with your attorneys and move forward with the exam.
Thank you so much.
Anything from the people?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Okay, so I'll schedule for what we call a probable cause conference.
Yes, ma'am.
It'll be on Zoom, and let's do enough time so that you can speak to your attorney.
Yes, ma'am.
Today is the 9th, so we'll do the 15th, that's a Wednesday, for your probable cause conference on Zoom, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Anything else from the speaker first?
No, Judge, thank you.
Okay, it'll be at 8:30 on Zoom.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Put it on that time. You want to tell the complainant again what happened?
I'll go where it's at.
Thank you.
Ready, Your Honor?
Yes. Will you be here for the 1:30 exam you
Thank
have?
you. This afternoon. I'll see you this afternoon, yes. I've got
At what
1
time?
o'clock, but I'll be over there. Probably about 1:40.
No, I'm not calling you. 1:30, it starts at 1:30. It's been set, 1:30. Everybody get ready. Yeah.
Okay.
Looking after your daughter. We're gonna get in here, but it comes to-
Okay. So we need to hurry now.
Okay. January 31st, 1:30.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Have a good day.
Will Judge Sabree be making a special appearance for that exam?
You know what? If I didn't hear any testimony, no.
Can we do like one sentence?
You said what?
You did held in part.
If you got another part, I'm stuck with it.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you,
Madam
Madam
Clerk.
You're welcome.
I will miss you.
Okay, you can come see me upstairs. I will still be in the building.
All right.
And then I'll come down too for some to help out. I'll still be around.
The stocking should be.
Everybody ready?
Ready, Judge?
Yeah.
Court is now back in session. Let's come on.
Okay, we are back on the record. This is case 2459617, the people of the state of Michigan versus Jarvis Butts. All parties are present. Take a 20-minute break. And Ms. Ripley, you can continue with your questioning.
Sergeant Jones, I believe we were leaving off at August 26th.
Yeah. So text messages from August 26, 2023, starting at 9:0909 hours. Isaiah sends to Jarvis, I'm in so much pain right now. At 0909, 40 seconds, she says, my stomach hurts really bad. At 0937 hours, Jarvis attempted to call Isaiah. It shows here a missed call from Babe for Life. At 14:26 hours, Isaiah texts Jarvis and says, I did have my period. It came when I was in the hospital. At 14:20 hours, this has now jumped to August 27th, 14:20 hours. Nasiah sends GM for good morning. August 28th at 00:06 hours, Nasiah sends to Jarvis, my stomach hurt real bad. 00:55 hours, she sends, why you can't answer? 00:56 hours, she sends, never mind this, you anyway. At 01:31 hours, Jarvis replies to her, yes, baby. At 01:32, Nasiah replies, my stomach hurt really bad. At 01:32 hours, Jarvis replies to her, I didn't nut inside of you. At 01:33, Nasiah replies, I'm not even talking about that. I'm saying it hurts really bad. At 01:34, she says, are you busy? 01:49, Nasiah says, I want to talk to you about some, let me know when you are free. And these were all deleted.
And August 28th, later in the day.
August 28th at 13:31 hours, Nasiah sends a message to Jarvis that says, I want to try something. At 13:32, he replies back, what, spelled W-A-T. At 13:32 hours, she says, a threesome. At 13:44 hours, Nasiah sends, you down for it? Then she sends a question mark. At 13:44, Jarvis replies back, with who? 13:44, she replies, IDK, or I don't know yet, you got someone. At 13:45, she says, I'm still looking.
And were those deleted?
Yes.
Okay, and just a little, couple hours later on August 28th.
August 28th at 18:58 hours, Nasiah sends, I feel you don't want to be bothered with me. 2200 hours, she says, WYD, or what you doing? 2200 hours, she replies back, thinking about you. 2201, she sends, oh, so are you down with threesome? 2221, he replies, yes, with who though? 2246, she sends, IK, still looking. And then immediately after that, she replies, IDK, or I don't know. It's now August 29th, it's 03:47, she sends, bet, that's what's up. He replies, huh? Nasiah then replies, none, you'll figure it out. 03:49 hours, he sends what? She then replies back to him, never mind, NBM, are you busy? She then replies at 03:50, again, exactly, so I'll take that as a yes.
Were those deleted?
Yeah.
Now we're moving forward to, sorry,
That's okay.
we're moving forward to September 26th.
September 26th, starting at 14:31 hours, Nasiah sends, babe, you up? Some question marks. Then she sends another set of question marks. 14:32, he replies, yeah. 14:33, Nasiah sends, my period haven't came at all. 14:36, she sends, hello, you there? With some question marks. 14:37, Jarvis replies to Nasiah, what you mean? At 14:38, Nasiah says, it have not came. 14:38, Jarvis replies to her, since when? Isaiah then sends at 14:38, 42 seconds, since I was in the hospital. The next message is, that was last month. I'm scared, I don't know, IDK, what to do, I have to go to the doctor's TM or tomorrow. At 14:41, Jarvis replies in Isaiah and says, you said that you took a pregnancy test and it was negative. 14:41, she replies, it did. At 14:41, Jarvis then replies, so go get another one. At 14:42, Isaiah tells him on a text, I can't, I have no money. After that, she says, you go get one. 14:43, she says, you ain't scared to get a plan B, get a pregnancy test and bring it later today. Just act like you have to use the bathroom. At 14:36, she says, PLS for please. She then replies, will you do it, with some question marks. At 14:51, she says, hello, with a bunch of question marks. Then at 14:56, Jarvis replies to her with, okay.
Okay, and now the messages from 9:26 at 14:31 and 41 seconds, all the way to 14:39 and 42 seconds, were those deleted?
Well, so they're deleted from the 14:31, 41 seconds, all the way down to 14:39 and 13 seconds. Those are not deleted.
Okay.
Then there's two that are deleted, which are the two messages that talked about, I'm scared, I don't know what I have to do. I have to go to the doctor tomorrow. And then the other one that she deleted was when it says, you said that you took a pregnancy test and it was negative. There's one that she did not delete, and that was, it did. Then the rest of them after that, where it talks about, get another test, come upstairs, and put it in the bathroom, those messages will be.
Okay. And moving to September 27th.
September 27th, starting at 21:26 hours, Messiah sends, but are we still on for Friday? At 21:31, Jarvis replies, what you mean? 21:38, she says, are we still on for Friday? At 21:49, Jarvis replies, yes. 21:49, Isaiah says the letter K. At 21:49, Jarvis then sends a text to her asking, what we doing though? At 21:49, she sends back, fucking. At 21:50, Jarvis replies, seriously? 21:50, Isaiah replies, yeah, what else we gonna do? 21:50, Jarvis replies back to her, where? Isaiah then replies back immediately and says, IDK, or I don't know, you pick someone. And at 21:51, Jarvis sends to her, I always do. 21:51, Isaiah sends, I know. At 21:52, she says, I really just want to cuddle, but if you want to fuck, we can. 21:52, 20 seconds, she sends, so do you, with some question marks. 21:52 and 35 seconds, Jarvis sends to her, do I weigh? Then right after that is a word that's corrected, like what? So she'll say, do I what? Then Isaiah sends at 21:52, wanna fuck. At 21:53, she sends, I just wanna cuddle, but it ain't always what I wanna do. At 21:53, she says, so yes or no? At 21:54, Jarvis replies, only if you want to. 21:54, she says, okay, so we fucking then. 21:55, Jarvis replies, so stop talking about you want to cuddle then. 21:55, Isaiah replies, okay, damn, you don't have to be mean. At 21:55, Jarvis replies, and it shows that he laughed at her comment about you don't have to be mean.
Okay, and were all of those messages deleted?
No,
Okay. Where does it start that they was deleted?
they do not start getting deleted until messages that Jarvis sends to her only if you want to. So we're talking then, stop talking about you want to cuddle. Those are the messages that.
Okay. And now we are moving forward to October 19th.
October 19th, 2023 at 22:23 hours, Jarvis sends Messiah a text that says, "Hey." She replies back, "Are you ignoring me?" Jarvis replies, "No." Now jumps to October 21st at 19:05 hours, and Isaiah sends, "Hey babe, I need that plan B today." At 19:07 hours, Jarvis sends her the letter Y. The next message isn't sent until October 22nd at 04:33 hours, when Isaiah replies back to him, WYMY, so for meaning, what you mean, why?
And were those deleted?
Yes.
And now jumping to November 27th.
Okay, so now we're getting into the -5 hours. For the,
Okay.
November 27th, 2023 at 21:06 hours, Isaiah sends, "I just want to talk. I really don't want to lose you." At 21:09, she says, "Can we talk later, yes or no?" At 22:28, she says, "I don't what's your problem, but I need you to bring me what I need tonight. It's hard doing all this gym shit with this baby. And if I don't do them, I'm gonna get a F." 22:28, she says, "If you keep ignoring me, you just gonna get no more pussy." 22:35, she says, "Answer the phone, you not doing none." 22:36, she says, PLSSSS for please.
And were those deleted?
Yes.
And now I'm gonna jump ahead to January 9th, 2024.
January 9th, 2024 at 14:21, Isaiah sent to Jarvis, "Don't forget, be there before 3. I will let you know when I'm leaving the school. If you're not there, I will wait." Then at 14:22, she sends, "Send okay if you see the message so I can delete your number." Then at 14:23, Jarvis replies, "Okay," and those messages were deleted.
And there was no further communication besides texting that number and Jarvis's number after January 9th, 2024, 1 year ago.
Yes.
Nothing further, Judge.
Or lunch break, do you want to do your cross? Okay. Let's break lunch. Come back at 1:35. Okay, we are back on the record. This is case 2459617, the people of the state of Michigan versus Jarvis Butts. We left off right before Mr. Riggins was getting ready to begin cross-examination on Sergeant Jones. Sergeant Jones, you are still under oath. And once you get seated, Ms. Riggins, you can begin cross-examination.
Sergeant Jones,
Good afternoon.
you're the OIC on this case, correct?
Yes, sir.
When were you first designated as the OIC in this case?
Within, I believe the 15th or 16th of February.
Okay, and what are your duties as OIC?
The OIC begins with the preliminary investigation, overlooking the case. On a missing person case, we're obviously making contact with family and getting some witness interviews. We also prep a warrant request that's submitted to the prosecutor.
So you're responsible for collecting evidence?
Yes.
And you're responsible for coordinating the evidence?
Correct.
Okay. You conduct interviews, correct? And in fact, you conducted several interviews in this case.
Yes, sir.
Okay. You submit evidence for testing, correct?
Pardon me?
You submit evidence for testing.
Yes, I have.
Okay. And I've seen you, the prosecution, refer to make sure they haven't missed anything, correct? The prosecution have referred back to you to make sure they haven't missed anything, correct?
Right.
So you're the person that makes sure everything in the file is together, correct?
Correct.
And you interviewed several of Mr. Clutch's girlfriends, right?
Yes.
You interviewed, I believe, Tatiana Davis and Shannon Harris on the 15th.
Yes.
And you interviewed Najeen Rushing on the 29th. Right?
I haven't looked at that date, but I trust that it's the 29th.
Okay. Did you interview any of his other girlfriends?
Yes.
Okay, which girlfriends?
I interviewed Susie Young,
Okay.
Tatiana Davis,
Okay.
Angela, and I just cannot remember her last name at the moment, but she resides in Wilshire. I attempted to make a phone call to another girlfriend. I have to look at my reports, but she never came in for an interview.
All right.
There is another girlfriend who, her name is Lucretia Brian Hauser.
Okay.
And maybe all the girlfriends I may be missing one. I have to relook at all the witness statements.
So you are aware that Mr. Butts has quite a few girlfriends, right?
Right.
All right. And from the very beginning of this case, you suspected, from your beginning of the case, you suspected Jarvis Butts had something to do with Ms. Aliyah being missing, right?
Well, when we were discussing the case on the first day, February 12th, DPS had told us the last person that they had contact with and they identified as Jarvis Butts. And then on February 15th, when we verified that Isaiah was in fact with him and Cordell on the ride out to Ypsilanti, which is the last day that she was seen, and he became primary suspect.
Okay. And from the beginning, you didn't suspect this was a missing person case, correct?
What she's missing. It's been a missing person case. I don't understand your question, I guess.
So you suspect that she was deceased, correct?
I didn't expect that she's deceased from day one. It takes a lot of investigation before you can come to that conclusion.
Okay,
It's not gonna be one of those right away, you have to rule out every other possibility.
all right. Did you tell Shannon Harris in her interview on the 15th that this is not a missing person case at this point?
I believe I told her that it was not being handled by DPS as a missing person case at that point, that it's being handled at Detroit Police Homicide Missing Persons.
So you didn't tell her that this was not a missing person case? We're no longer looking for a missing person.
I don't believe that was in my exact wording. On February 15th,
Yes.
I don't believe that would have been my wording, that I would have already come to some conclusion that she was deceased by 15th.
Okay. Now, during your investigation, did you see information that Messiah had thought about running away?
Yes,
Okay. Also, during your investigation, did you receive information about potential sex trafficking ring?
there was several different leads or tips that come in about sex trafficking rings. All those were investigated.
Okay. Now, you interviewed my client, you yourself, with, your partner for Sergeant Lynch, is his name?
Sergeant Sullivan?
Sergeant Sullivan, I'm sorry.
Yes,
You interviewed my client 3 times, correct?
a minimum, I believe, one, the 31st, the first, and I believe we went back then.
July 20th? July
That
20th.
sounds about right.
Okay, and you interviewed him 3.5 hours, May 31st, correct?
Is that the time on the recording?
Yes. An hour and a half, the second time, correct?
Correct.
And roughly 45 minutes, I believe it was like 38 and some change, third time.
Okay.
So you interviewed him close to 6 hours?
That could be true.
And you took statements from my client, correct?
I mean, we recorded the interview.
Okay. You didn't reduce anything to writing, correct?
No.
He never signed anything, right?
He signed his advice of right.
Signed advice of right, but never looked at what he had told you or what your conversation was, right?
I mean, he verbally acknowledged things throughout the investigation. I did not reduce it down to handwriting.
And the conversation that you had with him, for lack of a better term, was rather fluid, correct?
Was what?
It was rather fluid.
It's a conversation.
There was a back and forth conversation where both you and your partner were talking, and he was just talking back, correct?
A conversation between the three of us?
Right.
Yes.
Okay. And you told him that you wanted to tell his side of his story, correct?
Correct.
He did tell you that he was joking about the messages, he said, correct?
The initial messages,
Yes.
so the very beginning of the interview, he starts off where he denies that that was her. He claimed that he was sending them to his child's mother. It then turned into that he was just joking around with Messiah for entertainment purposes. Then he admits to that all the messages were in fact to Messiah and not to Shannon, because he could never tell if that wasn't Shannon talking, as you might think was the message.
But he told you that, just a moment. So throughout your 3 conversations, your 6-hour conversations with them, you never acknowledged harm, did you?
I don't believe I ever asked him that direct question. He never acknowledged having sex or touching. That was asked multiple times of whether there was any type of touching. It was asked about the text messages. Some of them are saying again that would presume that there had already been a time, and simply said that it was still just texting for entertainment purposes.
Okay. Now, during your investigation, I'm sorry, specifically on the 20th, you and your partner came over and asked him
The 20th of what?
July.
July?
This would be the third conversation.
Okay.
On the 20th, you asked him, does he ever hang out on the west side, correct?
I haven't reviewed that full interview, but I do remember asking him about the west side.
And he told you,
Objection, Your Honor. They can't admit their defense statement. The claim is not admitted.
You want to respond or you want me to rule? Okay.
did you get any information that he had a child on the west side?
He does have a child's mother that lives on the west side, yes.
Okay. So that could be a reason for him to be on the west side, right?
It could be a possibility.
Okay. But in your interview, he spoke with you freely, correct?
Correct.
He didn't argue with you. I believe you had a search warrant for his DNA, but he didn't argue with that. He freely gave you his DNA, didn't he?
I don't believe I don't think I collected his DNA. Somebody else presented a search warrant for that.
You're right, I'm sorry. You weren't the one that, but he didn't argue with anyone, but he gave you DNA, correct?
Correct.
Okay. He gave you his passcode to his phone, correct?
Correct.
All right. Now, you said that you searched the 7 Mile and Berg area, correct?
Yes.
And you mentioned that this was a former golf course. Now it's abandoned, correct?
Yes.
And there is a parking structure across the street, correct?
Well, no, parking lot.
A parking lot, thank you. And this abuts the Rude River, correct?
Yes.
There's also residential streets over there, correct?
Right.
Shiawassee over there, correct?
Yes.
Appleton, Pembroke, Vassar, those are all residential streets, right?
Yes.
And those are all in the same area, correct?
Correct.
And I think you mentioned Angel, but her last name is Leonard, Angel Leonard, correct?
Yes.
And Angel Leonard lives at 13362 Wilshire Street, correct?
Yes.
That's her home, right?
That's where her and Jarvis live, yes.
Jarvis lives there, right?
Yes.
And you mentioned Najin, is it Najin Rushing?
Yes.
Okay, and Ms. Rushing stays at 4 Alexandria Street, right?
Yes.
Okay. So on the 9th, you had information that he was both at both at the Wilshire address at some point, correct?
Yes.
And he was at the Alexandria address, correct?
Correct.
And did you get any information from any of these witnesses that that was not true?
That what was not true.
That he was at those addresses?
Did I get any information that he was not at the addresses? I believe when we talked to Najee, she couldn't remember if she didn't acknowledge seeing him that night.
Okay. And would you agree, Mrs. Butts is a complicated woman, correct?
Mr. Butts created a complicated.
He
Yes.
has multiple girlfriends, correct?
Correct.
He is juggling girlfriend 1 through I don't know how many, correct?
Yes.
And he does things to juggle all these girlfriends, correct? He may lie to this girlfriend about someone else, correct? He may park around the block so that another girlfriend can't see her car. He may borrow a car All that true? Is that fair?
It's fair.
Lying is not a crime, is it? Or lying to a girlfriend is not a crime, is it?
Well, lying to a girlfriend is not a crime.
Okay. And you spend a lot of time talking about text messages, right? Can I take you back to some of those text messages? Do you still have them with me?
I do.
Okay, let's go back to September 26th
Of which year?
of 2023.
September 26th?
Right.
Starting at what time?
Line 1293.
I don't have numbers. You just tell me the times or
Is that 1433?
1433 even?
Yes.
Yes.
So, and that text message, that's the one where she texted about her period not coming, right?
Yes.
And she texted that she was going to the doctor the next day, correct?
Correct.
And a little bit farther down, at 1457, did she also text him that I might not be pregnant, it might be from stress?
Yes.
Okay. Now, can we look at November 27th? You have that one?
From November 27th?
November 27th of 2023.
Okay. What time?
It is 22:28.
Okay.
This is where she texts Mr. Butts that she is doing the gym with the baby's heart, right?
Yes.
Now, the very next day, November 28th, you have that?
Yes.
At 21:48:43, thank you.
Which one?
She texts Jarvis Butts, it healed, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And Mr. Butts doesn't respond to any of these messages, does he?
And it doesn't respond until the next couple of days, the next day.
Then in December, a couple of weeks later, Mr. Butts does some Google searches. So this is the Google, correct?
December 10th.
December 9th through 11th. So he does searches for abortion, Planned Parenthood site, right?
Yes.
He does searches for over-the-counter abortion pill, right?
Yes.
And we all agree that Mr. Butts has many girlfriends, right?
Correct.
There may be some that we don't know about. Fair?
Possible.
Okay. So any testimony that says that these text messages, I'm sorry, these website searches were regarding Isaiah Harris would be speculation, right?
I don't believe I said they were regarding Messiah. I just read what he had been searching on the internet.
Fair enough, but we can't say who they're regarding, correct?
Correct.
So you testified that you found some guns, correct?
Correct.
Says you found a long gun, I believe at 13362 Wilshire, Angel Lynn's house?
Yes.
Okay. And did you find that gun was registered to her?
Yes.
Okay. And you said you found a couple of other guns, correct?
Correct.
Were those guns operable?
I don't testify or weapons.
So I take
I would have to
no,
look at the laboratory report to see if they test for it.
okay. Do you know if any of those guns were tested for DNA?
I believe they would have been swabbed, but I don't know if those swabs were submitted.
Okay. You also testified that you found several knives in one of the vehicles, correct?
Correct.
All right. You tested knives, I know you tested at least one knife
Yes.
for DNA. Did you test the other knives for DNA?
The other knives were not tested.
Okay, and did you test any of the knives for blood?
I believe we had all the knives swabbed and then, nothing came back needing anything to be blood, but we submitted it on the knife that was up near the driver's seat. The other knives, one was like a butter knife. Another one was, like a smaller kitchen knife, but it was like under the back seat. It looked old and crusty, like it hadn't been up there. So the knife that was at the closest access that looked to be not stored in the truck for a very long time, as opposed to the other ones, were the ones that we had swabbed and tested. And additionally, they were tested with Blue Star, so the knife that reacted to anything that maybe Blue Star reacted to, that was specific, like that knife was.
So there was no blood found on that knife, correct?
Correct.
So there was testimony about a black hoodie that was found, correct?
Yes.
Did you personally examine this hoodie?
I did not touch it. It was there. I was there as I observed it being opened up by the evidence technician who was collecting it, as well as going through the photos while we were there and then after.
Right. So the hoodie looked wetter, did it not?
It was wet.
It was wet. There were spider webs in it, correct?
I didn't open it to manipulate it, so if there was something that maybe the evidence tech testified to seeing, I wasn't right there as it was being opened, so. I couldn't answer. I did not see a spider web. I can't say that there was not one.
Okay. Did you see any other debris on this?
So again, the hoodie is wet.
Okay.
A lot of times when articles of clothing are wet, it's hard to distinguish whether there's any other type of stains on there. We're not out there manipulating clothing like that. We preserve it the best that we can. That way, if there is something, it can be properly examined inside a laboratory where I'm not adding more possible contamination in.
Okay. But it's fair to say that it's speculation on how the holes would have gotten into it, right?
Well, I said I don't know how those holes got there.
Now, we've heard that the hoodie was tested for genetic material, correct?
For DNA?
Yes.
Yes.
Tested for gunshot residue?
No.
You also found a pair of red and black shoes, gym shoes, correct?
Yes.
Were they tested for DNA?
No.
Okay. And you see several cars in this investigation, correct?
Throughout the investigation, yes.
Okay. You had a cadaver dog pass through the car, correct?
Correct.
Did the cadaver dog give you a hit on any car?
No.
Just one. I have no further questions, thank you.
Can you redirect? Yes, Judge. Sergeant Jones, that text back on November 27th, 2023, where Desire replies, "It healed." You can't say what that's about, can you?
Correct.
And defense asked you about some guns that were found, and that there was a long gun registered to Angel. But it's true that Mr. Button can't have any guns around his house.
Correct.
Regardless of who they're registered to.
Correct.
And as for the guns, you were asked whether or not they were operable. there weren't tests performed on these guns, were
Not that I believe.
there? Okay, and tell me why is it that there wasn't an emphasis put on, doing like headshots for a gun?
The original, when we got the guns, I believe that the priority was to swab for DNA. We do that before we start sending them to get test fired and contaminated. The guns were swabbed, all the evidence that was collected, and then the items that I believe, after talking with lab specialists and looking at the different things that would be the most successful, to coming back and giving me the answers on whether that was Messiah's hoodie or not, where those were the items that were submitted. Once that hoodie came back that it was hers, there was no need for me to test the shoes that I had a picture of her wearing, because I knew that that hoodie was going to be showing that that was her.
Now, as it relates to guns specifically, if you're trying to connect a gun to a homicide, would you have something to compare it to? Okay, and was there any, there was no body found in this case, that's correct?
Correct, you would either need the, a projectile that you may recover, or find at a scene, or the actual spent piece.
And there was none of that able to be found, correct?
Correct.
And just generally, as just a common person with common knowledge, spider webs can be formed fairly quickly depending on the spider, is that fair to say?
Yes, there's times I come in the morning and there's already one.
And that wouldn't be there the night before.
Correct.
Now, in your experience, does Michigan State Police even test for gunshot residue?
I don't believe so.
And you were also asked about a cadaver dog. You've used cadaver dogs in your history, in your police work.
For 11 years, yes.
Okay. Now, a cadaver dog would only hit if they're in a vehicle, if there was a dead body in that vehicle. Is that correct?
They'll hit on blood, or if there was, like biological from somebody that's deceased, something.
So if a body was in a car that was not yet deceased, that cadaver dog presumably would not hit.
Correct.
And you got this investigation in February around the 14th or 15th?
Yes.
Okay, and when was that night found in Mr. Scott's car?
After we impounded the car, then they did the inventory of our evidence search. Would have been probably a week or so later, and then it's reviewed when I get to that and then submitted.
Okay, so that would have put almost a month and a half, almost 2 months away from January 9th, 2024.
Yes.
Nothing further to-
Can I ask a couple follow-up questions?
Yes.
So the gun was used in a homicide, maybe not as a shooting, maybe as just a blunt force instrument. Or if it was a short, or if it was a close range shot, couldn't blood or skin cells be on the gun?
Yes.
Quickly, any last questions?
No, Judge, thank you.
More witnesses for this evening?
No, Judge, at this time, the people will address.
Is there special witnesses?
No witnesses, Your Honor.
Let's come back here at 3 o'clock for bind up arguments.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we are back on the record. This is people of the state of Michigan versus Jarvis Butts, 2459617. Are the people ready for reminder argument?
Yes, Judge.
Okay, go right ahead.
Thank you. And before I get to the real issue on the homicide charge, I'm going to take care of a few preliminary matters. It's the people's intent to increase count 3, which is currently criminal sexual conduct 2nd degree, to criminal sexual conduct 1st degree, person under 13, defendant 17 years of age or older. We have the defendant's birthday on the record, and that would be based on the testimony of the one minor witness that testified, as well as Cordell Wright's testimony. The minor witness testified that it happened at the old shop, and when Ms. Ripley was asking questions, she identified that as being the location. Cordell Wright testified back in November that they didn't move from that shop, which was at East Warren and Neff in the city of Detroit, until May or June, based on Naziah's birthday, which is in the medical records. At that time, she would have been 12 years old. And the minor witness testified clearly describing an act of penetration, specifically penis to anal opening. With respect to the criminal sexual, child sexually abusive activity, that would be based on the text messages, as well as the minor's testimony as well. Combining those two things satisfies the elements of those charges. However, going to count 1 in murder in the 1st degree premeditated, I would like to go through and put some of the pieces together. And we are sitting here today, or standing here today in court on January 9th, 2025, which is 1 year, almost to the minute, the last time Naziah was seen on a camera in the city of Detroit, which is on the screen now. The last time that she was seen was on January 9th, 2024 at 2:56, getting off of the bus at 3 Mile Drive in Cornwall and walking down Bedford. She was walking towards what she didn't know at the time would be Jarvis Butts and her ultimate murder by him. Take that moment in time and then go to Cordell Wright's testimony where he testified that they picked Naziah up on their way back to their shop at 9000 Connor, and they proceeded with her to that location. We have Jarvis Butts' sister's testimony, Tijuana Butts, who did say that she saw a young girl with a very distinct and distinct jacket getting in and out of that car, the white Cadillac Escalade. That would have been before Jarvis, Cordell, and Naziah departed for Ypsilanti. We have Sergeant O'Rourke's testimony as to his cell phone locations based on cell tower information and the historical call detail records, which place them consistent going out to Ypsilanti. And then we have Cordell's testimony getting them back to the shop. Talasha Moore also testified to seeing Naziah in Ypsilanti with Cordell and Jarvis. Cordell, as we know, testified that he had to get back to his house based on his tether hours by 9 p.m. And that is the last time that anyone who is not Jarvis Butts would see Naziah Harris alive. From the shop, we proceed out to the Park Crest Inn, where Jarvis Butts checked into a hotel at 9:30 p.m. And Sergeant O'Rourke's testimony corroborates this, placing his phone in the area of that 20,000 Harper address at around midnight till early in the next morning on the 10th. Using the data that you see on the screen and those times. Recapping January 9th, this is the last time that we have any sort of communication from Naziah. There was, if you look at those messages that Sergeant Jones went through and read, just between Naziah and Jarvis, there was consistent and constant communication up until January 9th. There's also no messages from Jarvis after Naziah goes missing on the 9th, looking for her, seeing where she is, trying to find her, trying to help, as anyone should do at that time, her family locate her. There's no messages to her phone, to that Text Now account from Jarvis Butts' phone. Her legal guardian and grandmother, Annette Harris, has not seen any social media posts. The OIC of the case, Sergeant Jones, has not seen anything for a total of 1 year now. Lieutenant George Harris, who was involved in the investigation in the first month, didn't see anything that he saw from social media or Text Now after the 9th. Jarvis Butts on the 9th, we know, borrowed Latricia Johnson's car overnight, which was unusual. He borrowed that from and then again boarded on the 10th or 11th. We know that Nazia's glasses were found in that car sometime after the 10th or 11th when Latricia Johnson was at that shop and Jarvis Butts snatches them out of her hand. From the Park Crest Inn and from January 9th, we go out to 7 Mile and Burke. This is by far the most important location in this case because we know that the defendant spent from 11:40 p.m. on the 10th to 1:34 a.m., nearly 2 hours in that area, in that wooded area where the Rouge River runs through. And to give, this is from the slideshow of the scene photos that were taken at 7 Mile and Burke. This is the area where it's the people's theory, Jarvis Butts did at least one of two things, either killed Naziah at 7 Mile and Burke, but at the very least dumped her body in this location. We know this because of the evidence that was found there, specifically the black hoodie, which you see in this photo here, as well as the pink bodysuit and the shoes that we confirmed or that are hers based on the picture that the OIC received from her brother. And those items were collected. The black hoodie and pink jumpsuit were tested. And importantly, Rion Green testified as to which swabs were which. This analysis here and hypothesis and results pertains to the right shoulder swab on Naziah Harris's black hoodie that she took that picture in when she was in school on January 9th. The one, importantly, that Annette Harris testified was in good condition when Naziah left. We will get to pictures of that, but this shows that Naziah Harris's DNA is there as well as Jarvis. And importantly, this is one of the stain swabs that was positive, not just for blood, but human blood based on the hemotrace results. In the next one, we have, this pertains to not the stain swabs, but the regular swab that Rion Green testified was a wearer ID swab. Importantly here, Jarvis Butts' DNA from that swab that would have been taken around the neck of that sweater or the end of the arms of that sweater is there with very strong support. And of course, Naziah's DNA is there as well. And when we look at that sweater specifically through the PowerPoint photos that Rion Green took and put together, we can see that there is a lot of markings on this. If the court looks closely on this, and I did, there are 15 phenol positive stain markings on this sweater. This is just the front of that sweater. And of course, the court paid attention and saw the markings or the damage to the hood, that it is the people's theory would have been stab wounds or something to that effect that happened when Jarvis Butts murdered Naziah Harris. We also have to look, and it goes to the premeditation element as well as everything he did before at Jarvis Butts' actions, specifically what he did to attempt to conceal or cover up his role in the murder of Naziah Harris. First, we have the glasses that he made sure he grabbed directly from Latricia Johnson's hands when shown, that are consistent with the glasses she had in the photo from the 9th when she was in school. We have the jail call to Cordell Wright to get that phone of his out of Miss Davis's car and into someone else's possession, which he testified he tried to do, but was ultimately unsuccessful. And then Sergeant Jones testified that they ultimately did recover that phone from Miss Davis's car. There's the phone call to Latricia Johnson, which was played when she was testifying, saying to get anything he touched clean, to clean anything he touched, to get anything, don't drive her car, drive his mom's car, which is important because when you combine her testimony of when Jarvis Butts took her car, those 2 times on the 9th and 10th, and then either the next day or that same day, it's important because that car is the car that he transported Naziah Harris out to 7 Mile and Burke to either dump her body or to murder and then dump her body there. And we can go through all of the lies that Jarvis Butts told any detective or any officer that he testified to, but in highlighting those, he denies to Detective Mays that he was with Naziah at all or had talked to Naziah at all on the 9th, denies ever picking her up, denies to, even when confronted with the January 9th messages, he said that it wasn't him initially. Obviously, we heard in the subsequent interviews specifically on June 1st with OIC, with the OIC, he came off of that. He told Shannon Harris that Neziah texted him on the 9th. She says that he never did that. And we have some of their messages in the record as well. He denies going to a hotel and denies going to a hotel with Neziah Harris and denies having any sort of sexual relationship with Neziah, even though the text now messages completely prove that that is an absolute lie. We also have his motive. We know from Sergeant Jones that he was going to be going into custody supposedly on January 9th for until roughly December, I believe, is what Sergeant Jones testified. We know that that date was adjourned because he said in his interview that he had a legal issue. He said it was out in Clinton Township, but I submit to this court that that's not the legal issue he was talking about. He was talking about the legal issue he would have had if Neziah had been left alive. He had to make sure that when he was in custody, that she was not going to give birth to any child of his. That's his motive in this case. That's why that's January 9th. Sentencing date was adjourned to February 7th, so he could take care of that potential legal issue. He was being told consistently by Neziah throughout the months that she might be pregnant, and then on 11/27, she says to him that it's hard to do this gym shit with this baby. Less than a week or 2 weeks later, he's searching on Google how to abort a baby, how to not just abort a baby or get an abortion, but how to do it at home, how to get rid of that without any medical professional or any responsible mandated reporter knowing about it. We clearly have that motive. And obviously, Judge, one of the big issues in this case is proving that Neziah Harris is dead without having a body. On January 9th, she vanished off the face of the earth. There is absolutely no evidence after the 9th that she was alive, that she was sending messages to anyone. Her, again, legal guardian had not seen her since the 9th. No one else, officers, friends, family have seen her since the 9th. There's no social media posts reviewed by any officer to this day that would indicate she was alive. There's no messages, no further messages on text now after the 9th. There is a full and complete stop of any activity that would indicate she was alive. And Judge, I submit to this court that if that were the evidence that we had at this point, that would be enough at this point for a probable cause determination to show that she is in fact deceased today. However, there is more than that. Her hoodie found at 7 Mile and Berg, which we just saw a photo of, has Jarvis Butts' DNA on it and Neziah Harris's DNA on it, and it is covered in blood, indicating that something traumatic happened to her. And all the other evidence shows that something traumatic happened to her at the hands of Jarvis Butts. And then we go back to his motive. Was told by Neziah that she was pregnant, searched all of the home abortion procedures, and was going to go into the Wayne County Jail until December, which we just passed, of 2024. Judge, I submit to this court that the evidence that you have heard over the last 4 days proves not only that Neziah Harris is currently deceased, but also that she was murdered by the defendant, who had plenty of motive to do so, had plenty of opportunity to do so, and he did that. And I will note that the defendant in this case, Jarvis Butts, does not get a break because he successfully hid her body. The evidence to a probable cause determination, which the question is she probably dead? And did the defendant probably do that? Both questions are answered with a yes, based on all of the evidence that you have seen. I would reserve any further argument for rebuttal. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge. I know how well aware the court is that we have a very serious task here. We've been here for 4 days, and at this point, we have to look critically at what we've heard and what we've seen over the last 4 days and determine if there's enough evidence by a probable cause standard that Mr. Butts committed premeditated first-degree murder. And if you look critically at what the evidence is and the lack of connection between these pieces of alleged evidence, there is not even by probable cause standard. To bind over on premeditated first-degree murder, there has to be sufficient facts or evidence to show by a probable cause standard that each of the elements of premeditated murder in the first degree were committed. First, there's got to be a death. There has to be evidence of the death, that the defendant caused the death of the deceased, that some action that he made or did caused that person's death, that there was an intent to kill, that the intent to kill was premeditated, and that it was deliberate. And here there is not enough evidence, even by a probable cause standard, that Jarvis Butts caused the death of Messiah Harris. There's been no testimony of any eyewitness stating that they saw Jarvis Butts doing any act that could have caused Messiah Harris's death. There's been no testimony of any eyewitness that they saw Jarvis Butts doing anything in preparation of doing something that could have caused her death. And there's been no admission of Mr. Butts to support that element. There's not probable cause to believe that Mr. Butts had an intent to kill Messiah Harris, nor that he premeditated her death. There's no evidence of any threats made by Mr. Butts to Messiah. There's no evidence of any threats made to a third party that he was going to do something or that he had a problem that he had to take care of. The issue or the statement was he had a legal matter. And Ms. Davis testified that she was aware of an issue that he had in Clinton Township and that she was the one that was driving him around to court. There's no testimony that he took any specific action in a deliberation to kill her or that in killing her. There's Google searches about legal ways to abort a child, not how to kill somebody or dispose of a body. There's no evidence that he did anything related to the Google searches. There's no receipts of purchases or anything like that. And these text messages were 2 weeks after they were, I believe, December 9th and 10th, which was, I believe, 2 weeks or 13 days from 11/27/23, which is the text message about gym class. And then there's this kind of cryptic text message in between that says it healed. We don't know what that means, but we don't know what Mr. Butts took that to mean. It doesn't necessarily mean that he believed she was pregnant. There's no evidence of a pregnancy. We have medical records until, I believe it's October of 2023, that don't indicate a pregnancy, that she had been to the doctor in September when she originally texts or messages Mr. Butts and says she thinks that she's pregnant. There's no evidence of a pregnancy. She went to the doctor. We heard from both her guardian, her grandmother, and her aunt, Shannon Harris, who lived with her. No testimony from either of them that they suspected that she was pregnant, that there was any medical issues that they had to take care of because that would have caused them to think that she was pregnant. There was an insinuation, well, was she wearing baggy clothing? Was she wearing bigger clothing? There was no testimony that they had to go out and buy new clothes for her because her clothes didn't fit, or that she started wearing baggy clothing. She was wearing denim pants on the day that she disappeared. And there's no testimony that those were not pants that she had recently bought because she didn't fit into the clothing that she previously had. There's no evidence of any kind of plan. There's no messaging between Mr. Butts and Ms. Harris that indicates an escalation of animosity between the two of them. In fact, he essentially kind of starts to disengage. And so there's no written evidence that he had any kind of plan or any animosity toward her at that point. Our submission would be that he understood at that point that she wasn't pregnant and was disengaging. Let's talk about what we did see. So we know that Messiah got on her school bus around 2:45 on the night. She got off the bus a few minutes later, and then she was seen walking up Bedford. She was wearing at that point light colored blue jeans, a black hoodie, and then a colorful coat with fur around the hood. There's some insinuation that somehow there was a plan that she would meet up with Mr. Butts, but the testimony of Mr. Wright was that they were driving around that afternoon back and forth to various auto parts stores And I believe that they in fact had to go back to one kind of unplanned because they either missed something or there was an issue. And so to say that somehow Mr. Butts would have known that she would have been on that street at that specific time and that they would have been there at that specific time is quite a leap, considering they didn't know where they were going to be when, because they were doing all this driving around back and forth to various stores. Witnesses put Keziah at Mr. Butts' auto shop later that afternoon, and then in Ypsilanti with Mr. Butts and Cordell Wright, and Mr. Wright puts her back at the shop later that evening. But then we hear from Sergeant O'Rourke, who did all the cell phone mapping, that at 9 p.m., Mr. Butts was actually at 13662 Wilshire, which is his home, where Angel Leonard lives and where they have kids. So did Keziah go back with him to that house? And then at 9:30 is when he checks into the Park Crest Motel. Now, we don't know who was with him there, but there is no evidence that Keziah was ever there. They searched it, they took DNA, they took clippings of various things, they swabbed the shower drain, and there's no evidence that she was ever in that room. We did hear testimony that the Park Crest is a known place where Mr. Butts frequents and takes various lady friends for a rendezvous. It's much more possible and plausible that he took one of his lady friends there than somebody who he was going to kill, right? He's going to a place where they know him. He's a frequent flyer there. And is he going to take somebody there where he would later, before he was going to kill them? That makes no sense. That is not logical. We heard then that after Mr. Butts left the Park Crest Motel, he went to 4 Alexandria, which is Midtown, so kind of across town. And that's where his other girlfriend, Najeen Rushing, lives. So did he take Keziah with him there to see Ms. Rushing? And he stays there for a while, I think, according to Sergeant O'Rourke's mapping. And then we hear that he is at 7 Mile and Berg on January the 10th at 11:40 p.m. for over an hour. That's almost 24 hours from when he initially, it's beyond 24 hours from when he initially is with Keziah, or when he's last with Keziah. And so it's illogical to think that he was driving around with Keziah, visiting all of his girlfriends, or if he had done something to her previously, that she was in the car with him while he did that. And in fact, they took a cadaver dog around the car and didn't find anything. And they tested the vehicles, all of his vehicles, every car that he drove, for DNA, for any sign that Keziah had been in there, and they found nothing. And the call to Miss Johnson asking her to wipe down the Sentra that she used, that he had borrowed, is kind of irrelevant because she testified that she didn't do it. That she did nothing based on what he called to say, and they still didn't, nothing was found. We heard about a pink jumpsuit that was found. We didn't hear any testimony that anybody saw Keziah wearing this pink jumpsuit. She's not seen wearing it in any video. I don't believe that anybody even identified it as being hers. I don't believe there was any testimony from either Annette Harris or Shannon Harris stating, yes, we recognize that pink jumpsuit, that's something that Keziah wears. When did she have it? There was one blood stain on that jumpsuit. And the testimony from the forensic analyst, Rion Green, was that it was such a small stain that she was afraid she would consume it if she did additional testing. She tested it once and couldn't do any follow-up testing or confirmatory testing because she was afraid they were going to consume the sample. There was also no statistically significant support for finding Mr. Butts' DNA on that stain sample from the pink jumpsuit. And there was no statistically significant probability that his DNA was on the jumpsuit at all, that he had had any contact with the jumpsuit. And they took a lot of swabs of that jumpsuit. I believe the number was that forensic analyst Anderson testified to, that it was 24 trillion times more likely to have originated from 2 unrelated unknown contributors than Jarvis Butts. We heard about the black hoodie. And that black hoodie was significantly more weathered than the pink jumpsuit. We heard about that from the Border Patrol agent Barnes and other folks that came into contact with that sweatshirt, that it looked like it had been out in the weather much longer. And we don't have an explanation for that, but those appear to be tears in the top of the hood. They don't appear to be stab wounds, and they certainly don't appear to be bullet holes. There's weak support for conclusion that Mr. Butts was a contributor to the stain on the swabs of the black hoodie. The only real support for any DNA on the black hoodie was on the non-stained part. And there's testimony that Ms. Harris was wearing that hoodie on the 9th, that she was in Mr. Butts' Escalade when he and Mr. Wright picked her up after seeing her walking down Harbor, that they were in the car driving up to Ypsilanti. And so the possibility that his DNA got on this non-stained part of the black hoodie is not evidence of premeditated murder in the context of all the ways that we heard somebody's DNA can get on a piece of clothing. And I kind of talked about this, but we heard testimony that Mr. Butts drove both a Cadillac Escalade and a Nissan Sentra on January 9th and January 10th. There's a lot of pieces of those cars that were tested. Trunk carpet from various areas in both cars, the driver's floor mat, the driver's seat, the door handle, trunk speakers, the trunk frame. All of those things were swabbed for blood and nothing was found. We heard about a school ID card that belonged to Naziah. We heard Valerie Smith testify that she noticed it at some point in February, maybe a month or so after Naziah was last seen, and that she decided to pick it up 2.5 weeks after she first spotted it. But she was pretty clear that she only noticed it about 2.5 or about 2 weeks before, but that she looked at it every single day. Seemingly, if it had been there before then, she would have noticed it. When did it get there? We don't know. There was no evidence. There's no testimony as to that. And there was no other evidence found in the 7 Mile and Greenfield area, and there's no evidence that Mr. Butts was there. We talked a little bit about the medical records, but all they tell us is that Naziah Harris didn't have a life-threatening condition as of October 24th. Don't tell us anything about her physical condition between the 24th and the 9th, and they don't tell us that she was pregnant. They're just not relevant, except for the fact, I guess, that they don't tell us that she was pregnant, and she was there on September the 27th, according to her text messages. What we haven't heard in the last 3 to 4 days is anything about a murder weapon. We've heard that they collected guns, but we don't know if any of them actually operated, and they tested them for DNA, and there was nothing found. When did those guns get taken from a house? When did they get put back, if any of them had been used? And I mean, we just simply don't have any evidence as to whether they were even touched by Mr. Butts. But certainly there was no DNA from Mr. Harris on them. And if one was to use a gun to bludgeon somebody enough where they break the skin and bleed, there's going to be DNA on that gun. If somebody is shot at close range by a gun, there's likely to be DNA on that gun. They found no DNA on a gun. There was initially testimony about all these knives that were found, and then when Mr. Riggins did a little bit of digging, well, one of them was a butter knife, one of them was rusted and under a seat and looked like he'd been there forever. There's only one knife that they were actually interested in. They sent it for testing and there was nothing on it. And we know that they can test for blood even if something has been wiped clean, because they do that, and in fact they did that in this case. They found no blood on anything that the prosecution is positing could have been a murder weapon. Motive is not an element of premeditated homicide. There's evidence that Mr. Butts and Naziah had a sexual relationship. And we are, at this point, not contesting the bind over on those counts. That would explain why Mr. Butts would not want to be honest about why he was with Naziah Harris. That would be enough to make somebody want to lie about their whereabouts or their connection to somebody. There's no evidence that it went any further than that for him. No evidence that he had been confronted by anybody about a sexual assault, no evidence that he was being threatened by Messiah to expose him or get him in trouble if he didn't do something that she wanted him to do. By the time January 9th rolled around, they weren't really speaking that much. She was, in those text messages that we heard, getting frustrated with him for ignoring her. But never once did she say, well, if you don't talk to me, I'm going to tell everybody what we've been doing. And so there's a complete lack of any motive for him to respond in that way. And I would point the court to a case, it's called People v. Fisher. And it's 193 Mishap 284. It's a 1992 case. Got copies. This court wants. And I point the court to this case because it's a case where homicide was charged and no body was found. A woman named Joyce Fisher was killed, and I believe it was 8 years after her death, her husband was charged. He was convicted, and ultimately the appellate court reversed the conviction because the evidence was insufficient to submit the case to a jury. And so that was the error. And kind of the facts briefly are that Mr. and Mrs. Fisher were in the process of divorcing. It was a pretty contentious relationship. There had been lots of reports that he had been physically abusive to her. And she had even testified that he had threatened to kill her in mid-January of 1978, approximately 3 months before she disappeared. In April of 1978, apparently they were out together, they had lunch, and he was the last person to see her. After that, she disappeared. Now, there was no substantial testimony in that trial regarding her reliability, her long or short-term plans, that she had children, that she was devoted to them, and that she wouldn't have, essentially, that she wouldn't have any reason to run away or leave. And so that gave rise to an inference that she was deceased. The prosecutor in that case offered no evidence of an act that resulted in Joyce Fisher's death. And the court previously has held that the victim's body, while it's not necessary to establish corpus delicti, there has to be something more. There has to be, in this case, either an admission or confession, physical evidence, or some kind of witness testimony. In that case, there was no physical evidence, such as bloodstains or a weapon linking the defendant to Joyce's death. He did not admit that he killed her, although the prosecutor offered equivocal statements there, that he seemed to say, well, things didn't happen quite that way, and where it made it sound like maybe he did have something or some knowledge. The prosecutor there presented lots of evidence of defendant's motive and opportunity to kill her, but noted that those were not elements of the crime. And inferences, the court says, may not be based on evidence that is uncertain or speculative, or merely raises a conjecture or a possibility. And they said, in that case, the evidence did not rise above the level of conjecture. And that's what we have here. We have conjecture. We have a lot of pieces of supposed evidence, but we have no connection. They don't connect to each other. They're puzzle pieces. When you put them together, there's no picture. There is no big picture because there is no act that can be testified to that Mr. Butts did, and there's nothing to support that act. There's no evidence that he had a gun and used it. There's no evidence that he had a knife and used it. In fact, the evidence that the prosecutor put forward disputes those theories. The idea that Mr. Butts was in some cover-up, the issue of his phone, I think was pretty well cleared up by Ms. Davis when she testified to the idea that for as long as she's known him, he's never wanted her to look at his phone. And mostly because he's been dealing with who knows how many other women. And that she had tried pretty much everything she could think of to get in that phone well before any of these allegations came about, and that she's never been able to. And so it makes sense that he would not want her to get in that phone, especially if he assumed he was coming home and wanted to have contact with her while he was serving his sentence in the Wayne County Jail, that she not know that she was not the only female he was dealing with. we acknowledge that probable cause is a low standard, but it isn't just limited to whether the prosecution has presented significant or sufficient evidence on each element of the offense, which we submit they have not. They also must determine that there's a reasonable ground of suspicion supported by circumstances sufficiently strong to warrant a cautious person to believe the accused is guilty. That definition of probable cause, or that characterization, comes from People v. Carter, which is 250 Mishap 510. And so you have to have both elements of the crime met, and also those elements have to be met by evidence that is sufficiently strong to believe that it is relevant, that it actually proves what it is saying that it proves. And here we have conjecture, we have speculation, we have supposition, and we have somebody who he did have something to hide. But there's no evidence that he did anything about that. He didn't threaten her, he didn't ask her, or say if anybody finds out, that, I will go to jail, or you could go to jail, or you could be hurt. There was nothing like that in any of those conversations that we saw. So, Your Honor, even by the relatively low standard of probable cause, we submit that there is insufficient evidence of both the idea that Mr. Butts did something to cause the death of Messiah Harris, and that he intended to kill her, or that intent to kill was premeditated. We don't know what happened when she left his shop on January the 9th around 9 o'clock. But I think it's safe to say we know she didn't go to his house where Angel Leonard was, or Angel Leonard would probably be here in court and telling us what a weird interaction she had with him, and why it was strange that he wouldn't come inside the house, or why he wouldn't let her outside the car where he was. We don't have any evidence that she went with him to the Park Crest Motel. We don't have any evidence that they were together beyond 8:30, 9 o'clock on January the 9th. And for that, we're asking the court to deny bind over on count 1, premeditated murder in the first degree.
Thank you. First, Judge, I'm going to start with talking about People v. Fisher that Ms. Quick just referenced. And it is important to note that this case is distinguishable for the following reasons. One, we're talking about a different standard. This was a trial issue, a directed verdict standard, where the court is saying at trial beyond a reasonable doubt. First of all and foremost, it's distinguishable for that reason. Secondly, though, the court in Fisher said, in this case, there was no physical evidence such as bloodstains or a weapon linking defendant to Joyce's death. In this case, we have bloodstains. We have bloodstains on the hoodie that was found at 7 Mile and Bird, where the defendant spent 2 hours on the night of the 10th going into the 11th. That places them together in the same spot, and is very strong evidence that Messiah Harris is in fact dead. Secondly, though, Judge, having dealt with People v. Fisher, Ms. Quick talked about the 9th and 10th, that no one saw the defendant with Messiah for that day going into the 10th and into the 11th. However, we heard from one of his significant others or girlfriends that he was secret, that he didn't want anyone looking at his phone. And we certainly know that he knows how to keep different women and or girls away from each other. For example, I believe it was Shannon Harris that testified that she was familiar with an address of Outer Drive in Belfort, but she had no idea other than the fact that she would pick the defendant up there at different times. We know through other testimony that the defendant was dating someone that day. And with respect to Ms. Quick saying that Messiah never threatened him, never did anything, I'm not sure if this one text message was highlighted by what I see in this case when she testified, but on November 27th, 2023, at 23 hours and 37 minutes UTC time, Messiah said to the defendant, "When I see you, I'm gonna fuck you, tell you regret not answering my calls," which I would submit to this court is a threat. And then just over a month later, she says she goes missing at the hands of the defendant. And Ms. Quick also talked about the driving around that Cordell and Jarvis were doing and how it was an unplanned meetup with Messiah on the 9th. However, that may be true from Cordell's perspective. because he wouldn't have known what Jarvis's plan was at that time, but clearly on the 9th, send okay if you've seen the message, so I can delete your number, and then the defendant's response, okay. And Jarvis was the one driving per Cordell's testimony. Now, Ms. Quick also talked about the knives and how the knives found in the defendant's car of the one that was tested came back negative, and that's true. We cannot dispute that. However, we know that that was more than a month after giving the defendant plenty of time to clean it. But beyond that, Judge, this case is one where the defendant thought to, and successfully did, hide the body. And it's a common sense inference that if he thought to hide the body, he would also think to get rid of the murder weapon at the same time. And Judge, Ms. Quick is right, we are talking about a probable cause standard. And as I said, the question is, did the defendant with premeditation probably murder Keziah Harris? And I submit to this court that the answer is yes. And circumstantial evidence, as is noted in the jury instructions at trial court or in circuit court, is just as good as direct evidence. And yes, this is a circumstantial case, but when we put those circumstances together, including the physical evidence, the cell phone evidence, which I would equate with physical evidence for purposes of that, as well as the defendant's opportunity and motive, the picture becomes very clear that the defendant, Jarvis Butts, took the life of Keziah Harris to protect himself from the eventual discovery of his child that he was going to have with her, or at the very least thought he was going to have with her. I ask this court to bind over as charged with the addition or increase of criminal sexual conduct second degree. Thank you.
As far as picture, I agree with the people that this case is distinguishable. This is a case regarding a trial. And the one thing I had highlighted in case is the quote, in this case, there was no physical evidence such as bloodstains or a weapon leaking defendant to Joyce's death. In this case, we don't have the same facts and circumstances. I do agree, this is a circumstantial case, and circumstantial evidence is sufficient for bind over and even conviction. Today is January 9th, 2025, exactly 1 year, excuse me, from the day Keziah Harris disappeared. Before I get into the charges and the main charge of premeditated first degree murder, I have to speak on Keziah Harris and the community who failed her. I am only presented with certain evidence. I don't know the whole story. The attorneys know more than me, the family knows more than me. But from what I have heard over the last 4 days and 5 days total, is that several people failed her. I don't know where her mother is. I don't know anything other than that she was forced to live in a home where she was not protected or given adequate attention and love. I don't know where her father is. I don't have any mention of him in her life, no presence. For Adele, AKA King, and all the men who saw Jarvis Butts hanging out and always around these young girls, including Keziah, and his 9-year-old daughter going up to the shop to clean up the shop. The school counselor who never showed up, or the person who was supposed to show up if that counselor was absent, after Keziah was on the floor on the day she went missing, saying that she needed to speak to a counselor. There's no mention of CPS, but I wonder what their involvement was over the years, because this was not just a 1-year thing. There are text messages at least from 2022. To her adoptive grandmother, Annette Harris, whose testimony, in my opinion, was very questionable. I understand why the people put her on the stand to establish Keziah's residence and the houses on Bedford and the regular routine, to establish also that Keziah was not a runaway child, that she was not a bad kid. I do believe she adopted Keziah. I do believe that she had 6 kids in the house. I believe that Keziah had on a dark hoodie the day she went missing, and that she had on red and black Nikes that day. What is hard to believe is that the defendant never came into the house as she testified. And there was also a minor that testified that he did as well. Text messages that show between him and Keziah that he did in the basement, saying he was going to the shower, stealing her panties. He was always lurking around that house and asking for Keziah and from what I know. I even thought about the breakfast routine, and saying that all the kids like eating breakfast at school. Did they have a choice? I don't know. But to always send those girls up there to clean up the shop raises questions. And how were there two women in that house who have birthed children themselves who did not notice that Desire was pregnant? And I believe she was, and not having her period anymore. But then after hearing text messages today, begging Jarvis for pads as if she didn't have anyone else to give them for her. And what stood out the most was when Annette Harris stood on the stand, and she learned around 6 p.m. that Desire did not come home from school. Instead, she looked around for her and decided to wait until the next morning to call the police. Without a tear, without emotion, or any expression of being devastated. And to her Aunt Shannon, who also showed no emotion, expression of being devastated from Desire going missing. She stated that she had friends help look for Desire, but was directed to just wait until the morning to call the police. A grown woman who likely suspected something strange going on didn't feel the need to call the police either. They were both able to go to sleep at night without hearing from Desire or having any indication that she was coming home at night. And of course, the defendant, who I will get to in a minute. I don't know who else failed Desire, but the community did. As far as the people establishing probable cause, I will focus on count 1, as it's been stated that there is no contention with counts 2 and 3. In count 3, I will amend based off of the motion and testimony I heard that Desire was 12 and not 13 at the time that Jarvis Butts had sexual intercourse with her. The prosecution is correct. You do not have to have a body to establish first-degree premeditated murder. It would have been a much shorter exam had her body been found, but this is where we are. In the last 365 days, no text messages. We all heard today and yesterday that she was very active and frequently texting. No social media for a year. We heard from testimony that she was also active on social media. No phone calls, which she was also able to do according to testimony. No physical sighting of her by anyone. She never came back to school. No one has seen her. Medical records dated from July 2014 to October 2023 indicated that she had no life-threatening medical issues that would lead to a natural cause of death. The black hoodie found in the area of 7 Mile Bird with her DNA and blood on it. The holes in the hoodie consistent with some sort of struggle, violence, or weapon being used. And we know that there were no holes in that hoodie when she wore it to school. We saw a picture of her in a black hoodie on her last day that everyone saw her. I do believe her grandma testified truthfully about the sweatshirt that she had on and that was practically new. And the border agent who said that no evidence of animals would have destroyed the clothing or the shoes to possibly lead to animals tearing up that hoodie. The clear glasses found in the blue Nissan the day after she went missing, the behavior of the defendant when he snatched those glasses. They looked exactly like the glasses she had on in her last picture, according to the witness. The shoes that her brother described as the same shoes that were found also in the area of 7 Mile Bird near the hoodie. While this is still probable cause, the evidence all points to Jarvis Butts. His locations, him being seen with her last, the abortion searches, the abrupt silence between the two of them in text messages, and the constant lies he told throughout the entire investigation. And they were proven to be lies with text messages and other testimony. We may never know what happened, but from what I heard today and over the last 4 or 5 days, it appears he intended to perform what he thought was a do-it-yourself abortion on Desire and went south, and instead of seeking medical attention for her, He intentionally killed her and tried his best to cover it up. As much as I want her to be alive today, there is at least probable cause to show and believe that she is dead and that she was murdered by Jarvis Butts. Mr. Butts, stand up. You've been sitting over there 4 days with your head down, hidden between and behind your attorney with your mask on and taking vigorous notes. I want you to pay attention, listen to everything I have to say. I have been trying to figure out for the last 5 days, you. At one point, I thought you were cognitively impaired in the beginning of this exam. And then maybe you had the brain of a 10-year-old, and that's why you were doing such things. But as I heard more and more testimony, you're just the true definition of a pedophile. Watching you laugh and brag about all the women you have with different women and the children and the girlfriends, and making babies to groom them, and having them in your presence, cleaning up, quote, cleaning up your shop. And the little girls around you has landed you here today. You ruined Isaiah. You played mind games with her. We all heard that. You controlled her emotionally. She was exposed to so much at such a young age. The text messages between you two were disgusting to hear. And to think that she had you saved in her phone as bane for life. Isaiah deserves so much more. And while I mentioned other people that failed her, Jarvis Butts, you were the monster in this whole picture. She did deserve love from her parents and everyone who was in her life. She was ignored, she was neglected, and you took complete advantage of that. She wanted someone to love her, and she will never know what that feels like. Your children deserve more. As much as defense counsel has raised issues on count one, all that has done is raise the question of fact for the trier of fact, which means that this will be for a jury or a judge to hear it Thursday. I pray for the healing of all the victims and the young girls and possibly boys who have come into contact with you. As a community, we should look at this case as a prime example of how much work we have to do when it comes to protecting our children and especially our Black girls. I pray for closure and healing for all those who have been traumatized by you. And for you, Jarvis Butts, I wish you a speedy trial and that justice be delivered. Your bind over date is January 16th at 9 o'clock. Anything else for the record?
Not for defense.
Do the right thing and tell us where she's at, please. Judge, just do it, Jarvis. Where is she at, Jarvis?